Lieutenant Commander Craig Simpson stared at the hologram of Astra, daughter of Supreme Overlord Krax, the Nasset who had ordered the bombardment that killed his family and found himself inexplicably drawn to her alien beauty even as hatred burned in his chest. "I don't have time for this, Admiral," Craig said, turning away from the projection. "You're asking me to negotiate peace with the monsters who bombed New Seattle, who killed my parents, my sister." Admiral Chen's weathered face remained impassive on the secure comm channel. "This isn't a request, Lieutenant Commander. Our intelligence indicates Earth has 8 months before total collapse, 17 colonies already lost, resources at critical levels. The scheduled diplomat was assassinated by Earth first 3 hours ago. You're the only intelligence officer with diplomatic training in this sector. So I'm supposed to pretend to be an ambassador to her." Craig gestured at the hologram of the aristocratic-ass NASA. "Your hatred is a luxury humanity can no longer afford," Chen said. "Neutral station Omega-6, Tau Ceti system, 6 hours." The transmission ended before Craig could object further. In 2189, the human Nasset War entered its 97th year. Most humans had never known peace. Craig certainly hadn't. He joined United Earth Defense Force the day he turned 18, dedicated to avenging New Seattle. 15 years of fighting, the insected warrior caste had earned him decorations, scars, and nightmares. But never had he encountered one of the aristocratic caste. 4 hours later, his shuttle docked at Omega-6, an abandoned mining facility repurposed for clandestine meetings in the demilitarized zone. The station's corridors were dimly lit, emergency systems running on minimal power. Craig straightened his hastily replicated diplomatic uniform and touched the concealed pulse pistol at his hip. The meeting chamber doors slid open. Craig's breath caught in his throat. The hologram hadn't captured Astra's presence. Tall and slender, her blue-green skin shimmered with subtle iridescence under the lights. Her luminescent eyes locked with his. Unlike the warrior caste with their chitinous exoskeletons and multiple appendages, she appeared almost humanoid, elegant, regal, dangerous. "Ambassador," she said, her translator rendering her complex vocalizations into smooth English. "I expected someone else." Craig's fingers twitched near his weapon. This was Supreme Overlord Krax's daughter, the offspring of the butcher who had authorized plasma bombardment on civilian targets, the monster responsible for millions of human deaths. "Change of plans," he replied, forcing his voice to remain steady. "I'm Lieutenant Commander Craig Simpson, acting as diplomatic representative for the United Earth Alliance." Her eyes narrowed. "A military intelligence officer rather than a diplomat. Interesting choice." Craig froze. How did she know? "Your predecessor was assassinated," Astra continued, moving toward a viewport that showed the emptiness of space. "I assume by humans who oppose peace. We have similar factions among my people." "Why are we here?" Craig demanded, abandoning pretense. What could possibly be worth this risk? Astra activated a holographic display between them. Earth's defensive grid appeared, complete with classified fleet positions, shield frequencies, and orbital platform specifications. "This information was transmitted to my father yesterday," she said quietly. Craig's blood ran cold. "That's impossible. Those are top-level military secrets." "Precisely. You have a traitor in your high command, Lieutenant Commander. Someone who wishes this war to reach its final stage." She deactivated the display. "Someone who wants both our species extinct." Before Craig could process this revelation, alarms blared throughout the station. A tactical display activated automatically. 2 ships had entered the system. A human destroyer and a Nasset battle cruiser, weapons hot, moving toward each other. "No," Astra whispered. This wasn't supposed to happen. Craig lunged for the communication panel. "United Earth vessel, this is Lieutenant Commander Simpson. Stand down. This is a diplomatic static filled the speakers." The communication systems were jammed. He tried the emergency protocols to access the escape pods. Nothing. The systems have been sabotaged, Astra said, her luminescent eyes wide with realization. We're trapped. Craig stared at the tactical display. After 97 years of war, the final confrontation was beginning with him, trapped alongside the daughter of his greatest enemy, feeling things he had no right to feel, knowing secrets that could save his people if only he could escape this station alive. And somewhere in the darkness of space beyond the viewport, both their civilizations moved one step closer to mutual annihilation. The alarms pierced Craig's ears as he tore his gaze from the tactical display. Both vessels were positioning for combat, their weapons systems fully charged. "We need to get to the control center," Craig said, already moving toward the door. Astra fell in step beside him. "This is deliberate. The timing is too precise." They sprinted through the dim corridors, the station's emergency lighting casting long shadows as they ran. When they reached the circular command hub, Craig immediately went for the defense system's console while Astra moved to the communications array. "The jamming is sophisticated," Astra said, her slender fingers dancing across the alien-human hybrid interface. "I can't break through." Craig accessed the defense grid. "I'm activating emergency protocols. Maybe I can." The station violently lurched, throwing Craig against the console. Warning lights flashed across the displays. "Impact near docking bay 3, he reported, pulling up the damage assessment. "Partial decompression in the lower levels." The Intrepid fired a warning shot. "Warning!" Astra's luminescent eyes narrowed. "That seems optimistic." Craig activated the bulkhead controls, sealing off the compromised sections. As he worked, movement on a security feed caught his eye. "Look at this," he said, pulling up the internal cameras. 3 figures in environmental suits moved methodically through the station's maintenance tunnels. Each placed small devices at structural junctions before moving to the next location. "Explosives," Craig said, recognizing the pattern. "Scorched Earth Protocol. They're going to eliminate us and destroy all evidence." Astra leaned closer to the screen. "They're being careful not to show identifying features. Human or Nasat? Impossible to tell," she replied. Her attention shifted to another console, where she began analyzing sensor data with surprising expertise. "There's something else here." Craig watched as she filtered the readings, isolating a faint energy signature. "There," she said, pointing to a shadowy region near Tau Ceti IV's largest moon. "A third vessel. It's neither human nor Nasat design." "That's the source of the jamming," Craig said, examining the readings. "How did you know to look there?" Astra hesitated. "Before my diplomatic appointment, I served in Intelligence, Signal Analysis Division." Craig stared at her. "You're a spy." "An analyst," she corrected. "Much like yourself, Lieutenant Commander." Their eyes met, and Craig felt an unexpected flicker of professional respect. Before he could respond, the environmental alerts began flashing. "Life support is failing," he said, reading the display. "Oxygen levels dropping. We need to move to the emergency shelter in the core section." They gathered what equipment they could carry and left the command hub. The station's corridors felt colder now, the air noticeably thinner. "How did you recognize that ship?" Craig asked as they moved cautiously through the dimming passageways. "It matches specifications for vessels used by the consortium," Astra replied. "A coalition of mercenary groups that profit from prolonged conflicts. Like a century-long war between humans and Nasat." "Precisely." They rounded a corner near the life support hub and froze. One of the environmental-suited figures was attaching an explosive charge to a critical junction box. The saboteur spotted them and immediately drew a weapon. Craig pushed Astra behind a structural support and dove for cover as energy pulses scorched the wall where they'd been standing. He drew his concealed pulse pistol and returned fire, forcing the attacker to seek shelter. "Cover me," Craig whispered, then rolled to a new position. The saboteur fired again, the shots coming dangerously close. Craig noticed a maintenance panel beside the attacker and fired at it. The panel exploded in a shower of sparks, momentarily distracting the saboteur. Craig launched himself forward, tackling the figure to the ground. They grappled fiercely. The saboteur was exceptionally strong, nearly breaking Craig's grip several times. Craig managed to strike the helmet visor, cracking it enough to see a human face Benioff with distinctive NASA tech implants visible beneath the skin. "Human," Astra called out, having retrieved the saboteur's dropped weapon. "Augmented," Craig grunted, struggling to maintain his hold. "NASA tech." With Astra covering him, Craig delivered a precise strike to the saboteur's neck, rendering the hybrid unconscious. They bound the attacker with cable ties from a nearby repair kit. "Search him," Craig directed, catching his breath. Astra found a communication device in one of the suit's compartments. She activated it, her expression growing more troubled as she worked through its contents. "These messages use both human and NASA military ciphers," she said. Her fingers moved rapidly across the device. "I can decrypt the NASA portions." Craig watched her work, impressed despite himself. "What does it say?" "Operation Eternal Conflict," Astra read, her voice growing quiet. "Orders signed by my father and—" She looked up, her luminescent eyes wide. "Your Admiral Helena Winters." "Winters?" Craig shook his head in disbelief. "She's the most aggressive war hawk in high command. Why would she coordinate with your father?" "To ensure the war never ends," Astra said softly. They gathered the evidence and continued toward the emergency shelter, both processing the implications of what they'd discovered. As they reached the core section, the station groaned ominously. "Hurry," Craig urged, inputting the emergency access code. The shelter doors slid open, revealing a small but well-equipped space. They entered just as the artificial gravity system failed. Craig felt the sudden weightlessness take hold as objects began floating around them. He pushed off from the wall to secure floating supplies but miscalculated his trajectory. Astra had moved to do the same, and they collided in the center of the room. The impact sent them spinning slowly, pressed against each other. Craig's hands instinctively steadied her, touching the smooth skin of her arms. This close, he noticed a subtle fragrance emanating from her, something like cinnamon mixed with the fresh scent of rain after a long drought. She must have seen something in his expression because her skin flushed a deeper blue-green. "It's an involuntary biological response," she explained, clearly embarrassed. "My species releases pheromones during moments of stress or attraction." Attraction. The word escaped before Craig could stop it. "I should secure the medical supplies," Astra said quickly, pushing away from him with deliberate care. Craig turned to lock the door, trying to ignore the unexpected response her touch had triggered in him. His body was betraying decades of hatred, responding to her in ways he couldn't control. The emergency communication system suddenly crackled to life, cutting through his confused thoughts. "Neutral Station Omega-6, this is Captain Ellis of the UES Intrepid. Identify any human survivors immediately. You have 10 minutes to respond before we take decisive action." Almost simultaneously, another transmission began in the complex tonal language of the NASA. Astra translated. "The battle cruiser is demanding identification of NASA personnel. They're also threatening to fire. If either of us responds," Craig said, "they'll use it as justification to attack the other ship. And if neither of us responds, they might destroy the station regardless." Movement caught Craig's eye. The saboteur had regained consciousness and was lunging toward the communication panel. Craig pushed off to intercept but was too slow. The attacker reached for the transmit button. Craig tackled the saboteur in midair. They tumbled in zero gravity, crashing into equipment. Something sharp sliced across Craig's torso. Pain flared as his uniform darkened with blood. He managed to subdue the attacker again, securing them more thoroughly this time. "You're injured," Astra said, floating toward him. Crimson droplets formed perfect spheres in the air around them. Craig pressed a hand to the deep laceration, wincing. "It's bad." Astra moved closer, her expression resolute. I can help you. How? My cast possesses abilities we keep secret. She reached for his wound. I've never used this on a human before. I don't know if it will help or harm you. Her hands began to glow with soft blue light. She placed them gently on his laceration. Craig gasped not from pain, but from the intense sensation that flooded through him. Her touch created a connection unlike anything he'd experienced, a warmth that seemed to flow directly from her being into his. What is this? He whispered, unable to look away from her luminescent eyes. Bioluminescent healing, she said softly, but the connection works both ways. I can feel your... She didn't finish the sentence. She didn't need to. In that moment, with her hands pressed against his wound and her eyes locked with his, Craig felt every conflicted emotion he'd been fighting since he first saw her. Hatred, attraction, curiosity, fear, all mirrored in her own experience. The timer on the emergency console continued its countdown. 8 minutes until the warships opened fire. Fire. They floated there, suspended in the zero gravity as Astra's hands remained pressed against Craig's wound. The sensation that flowed through Craig intensified. Warmth spread from her fingertips, a tingling energy that penetrated deep into his flesh. Her hands emitted a soft blue glow that illuminated their faces in the dim emergency lighting. What's happening? Craig whispered, his voice catching as waves of energy coursed through his body. Astra's eyes widened in surprise. The connection, it's stronger than I expected with a human. The world around them faded. Craig gasped as unfamiliar memories flooded his consciousness. Suddenly, he stood in a vast chamber with towering crystal spires that captured and refracted light in hypnotic patterns. He felt small, isolated despite being surrounded by other Nasset children. Their iridescent skin displayed patterns of status and lineage that marked them as aristocracy. Hino, she astralked with perfect posture through lessons of diplomacy, strategy, and cultural nuance. The weight of familial expectation pressed down on young shoulders. Father expects perfection, a voice echoed in his mind. The treaty negotiations depend on it. The scene shifted. Loneliness pervaded every moment as Astra trained in isolation, groomed from birth to serve as a bridge between worlds that had known only war for generations. As abruptly as it began, the vision faded. Craig blinked, disoriented by the sudden return to the present, only to realize from Astra's shocked expression that she was experiencing something similar. Her luminescent eyes widened in horror as she witnessed a memory that had defined Craig's existence. The New Seattle bombardment. She felt the ground shake as Nasset orbital weapons rained destruction upon the human colony. The acrid smell of burning buildings filled her nostrils. The screams of civilians pierced her ears. Through teenage Craig's eyes, she watched as his parents disappeared beneath a collapsing structure. The visceral hatred that formed in that moment of burning, unquenchable rage against all Nasset became as much a part of her as it was of him. The connection broke as Craig's wound sealed completely. They pushed away from each other, both gasping for breath in the weightless environment. You saw. Craig couldn't finish the sentence. Yes, Astra averted her eyes, and you experienced your childhood, the crystal palaces. Craig touched his no-healed torso. I felt your isolation. A crash from across the room yanked them back to reality. The saboteur was regaining consciousness again, straining against the makeshift restraints. We need better restraints, Craig said, pushing off toward the shelter's storage compartments. He located an emergency security kit and removed a set of reinforced cuffs. Together, they secured the attacker more effectively. Craig examined the saboteur closely, noticing an unusual protrusion at the base of the neck. He pressed the area, revealing a subcutaneous implant partially visible beneath the skin. Look at this, he called to Astra, some kind of neural interface. Astra floated closer, her fingers tracing the outline of the device. This technology combines both our world's manufacturing signatures. Military-grade neural override equipment. This confirms it, Craig said. High-level cooperation between factions in both governments. The emergency console beeped. 4 minutes, 30 seconds remained on the countdown. We need to contact those ships, Astra said, before they open fire. Craig pushed himself to the communication console. The main systems are jammed, but this shelter has an independent communication system. His fingers danced across the controls. Its older technology, high beam laser transmission, predates modern jammers. Will it penetrate the interference? Yes, but we can only target one ship at a time with this precision beam. Astra joined him at the console. If we contact only one side, the other will see it as a betrayal. Craig's mind raced through the possibilities. What if we send to both simultaneously? Can the system handle dual transmission? Craig examined the controls. Yes, but the message would need to be brief, and we can't identify ourselves. Why not? A high-ranking human officer and a NASA aristocrat working together. They'd assume we're compromised or being coerced. Astra nodded. What do we send? This, Craig said, attaching the data they'd recovered about the mysterious third vessel. Evidence of the third party's involvement and a request for temporary ceasefire. They composed a brief message, deliberately omitting their identities, and sent it simultaneously to both vessels. The seconds ticked by with agonizing slowness. 3 minutes, Craig muttered, watching the countdown. The communication panel lit up with a response. Both ships had ceased their attack preparations but remained in battle formation. A new message appeared on screen. Unidentified personnel on neutral station Omega-6. This is Captain Ellis of the UES Intrepid. We require visual confirmation of station occupants immediately. They want to see us, Astra said. Once they do, our respective commands will know we're arriving together. We have no choice, Astra said. If we don't show ourselves, they'll open fire. Craig hesitated, then nodded. As he reached for the visual transmission control, Astra suddenly grasped his hand. The contact sent a jolt through his system, an aftereffect of the healing connection. The sensation was electric, intense, drawing them together like magnetic poles. Craig found himself pulling her toward him in zero gravity. Her skin began to illuminate with swirling bioluminescent patterns as they collided gently. Their faces inches apart, Craig felt an overwhelming attraction that defied decades of ingrained hatred. Astra's eyes reflected the same conflict. Her skin pulsed with light as she whispered, "This is unexpected." Craig closed the remaining distance. Their lips met in weightlessness, kiss urgent and transformative. Astra's bioluminescence intensified, patterns of light dancing across her skin in rhythm with her heartbeat. The sensation overtook Craig's senses, erasing everything but the moment. A deafening alarm shattered their connection. The station shook violently around them. "The explosives," Craig gasped, checking the emergency display. "They've started detonating." The structural integrity monitors flashed red across the board. "The shelter will hold temporarily," Astra said, analyzing the data, "but sensors show we have less than 30 minutes before catastrophic failure." A proximity alert sounded. Craig checked the sensor readings. "Another vessel is approaching the station. Looks like a shuttle from the mystery ship." "They're boarding," Astra said, "coming to ensure their plan succeeds." Craig pulled up the station schematics. "There's a maintenance vessel in Auxiliary Bay 2, 2 levels below us. It's our only way out. Can we reach it carrying him?" Astra gestured toward their unconscious prisoner. "We have to. He's evidence." Craig accessed the security locker and distributed weapons. "We need to bring the data module too." As Craig finished preparing, the station's systems surged. Gravity returned at approximately 40% strength, causing them to fall to the floor. Unsecured equipment crashed around them. "Partial gravity restoration," Astra said, regaining her footing. "Makes movement easier but makes our unconscious friend heavier," Craig finished, lifting the saboteur in a fireman's carry. "Let's move." They exited the shelter, entering corridors now filling with smoke from damaged systems. Emergency lighting cast everything in an eerie red glow. Craig led the way, following the route he'd memorized from the schematics. Oxygen levels dropping in sections ahead, Astra reported, checking her handheld sensor. We need to hurry. They navigated through increasingly damaged areas of the station. The gravity fluctuated occasionally, causing momentary disorientation. As they descended to the lower level, Craig heard voices ahead. He signaled for Astra to stop. They concealed themselves behind a damaged bulkhead and observed two figures in environmental suits placing charges at a junction ahead directly on their path to the escape vessel. Craig studied the saboteurs carefully. When one turned to adjust equipment, revealing his face through the helmet visor, Craig felt the blood drain from his face. "Major Harding," he whispered in shock. "You know him?" Astra asked quietly. "My former squad commander, reported KIA 3 years ago at Procyon." Craig's mind reeled. He's supposed to be dead. The recognition momentarily paralyzed Craig enough time for Harding to spot their position. The saboteurs immediately opened fire, forcing Craig and Astra to take cover. "Down!" Craig shouted, grabbing Astra and dragging her behind the damaged bulkhead as bullets ricocheted off the metal surface. The saboteurs' fire intensified, projectiles pinging against their cover with increasing frequency. Craig assessed their situation. 2 armed hostiles blocking their escape route, an unconscious prisoner growing heavier by the second. The station's structural integrity failing rapidly around them. "We need to reach that maintenance vessel," he whispered to Astra. "It's our only way out." She nodded, her bioluminescent patterns shifting to a deeper blue. "What's the plan?" Craig checked his weapon. "I'll engage Harding. You get our friend to the vessel." Before Astra could object, Craig lunged from cover, firing a controlled burst that forced the saboteurs to separate. He sprinted forward, focusing on Harding, the man who'd once commanded his loyalty, now seemingly back from the dead. "Astra, go!" Craig shouted. Astra hefted the unconscious prisoner over her shoulder with surprising strength and sprinted toward the maintenance bay. Craig advanced on Harding, using the station's damaged infrastructure as cover while continuing to lay down suppressing fire. The narrow docking tube stretched before him as he reached the maintenance bay. Ahead, Harding had abandoned his partner and was already climbing through the vessel's airlock. Craig increased his pace, ignoring the burning in his lungs as he raced to intercept his former commander. He entered the vessel's airlock just as Harding reached the cockpit. Through the internal doorway, Craig watched in horror as Harding's fingers flew across the control panel, initiating what appeared to be a self-destruct sequence. With a primal roar, Craig launched himself forward, slamming into Harding's body and driving him away from the controls. They crashed into the navigation panel, displays cracking under the impact of their combined weight. "You're supposed to be dead," Craig grunted, struggling to pin Harding's arms. The airlock hissed behind him as Astra dragged their unconscious prisoner aboard and sealed the entrance. She immediately spotted the flashing countdown on the main console. "Craig, self-destruct sequence active." Her voice was tight with urgency. Craig landed a solid blow to Harding's jaw, momentarily stunning him. "Can you stop it?" Astra rushed to the console, her eyes widening. "It's a hybrid system, both NASA and human encryption protocols." "How long?" Craig asked, driving his knee into Harding's stomach as the man attempted to break free. 4 to 5 seconds, she replied, her fingers already dancing across the interface. The maintenance vessel shuddered violently as another explosion tore through the auxiliary bay. Warning lights flooded the cockpit with pulsating red. Craig glanced at the external camera feed to see massive chunks of the station breaking away. "Docking clamps failing," Astra announced, dividing her attention between the self-destruct sequence and the docking controls. Her aristocratic training was evident in her efficiency, managing both human and NASA interfaces simultaneously. Craig struggled to maintain his hold on Harding. The former major had always been an exceptional fighter, but now he fought with unnatural strength and focus. "You don't understand what you're interfering with," Harding hissed, blood trickling from his split lip. "Peace is extinction, Cooper." Craig tightened his grip. "What are you talking about?" "Operation Eternal Conflict." Harding's eyes burned with fanatical intensity. "Cultural contamination will destroy both our species, pure human, pure Nasat. That's the only way either civilization survives." He drove his head forward, connecting with Craig's nose. Craig reeled backward, his vision momentarily blurring from the impact. Harding pressed his advantage, driving Craig into a bulkhead with enough force to knock the breath from his lungs. "War keeps us separate. War preserves our evolutionary purity," Harding continued, pinning Craig with an arm across his throat. 20 seconds remaining," Astra called out, her voice strained. Her skin illuminated brightly as she accessed the final encryption layer. Suddenly, her patterns dimmed dramatically. "This signature. It's my father's code combined with Admiral Winter's command key." The revelation hit her visibly, her father deeply embedded in this conspiracy. The momentary shock paralyzed her before her bioluminescence flared with renewed intensity. Her fingers moved with desperate precision, entering the override sequence. 7 seconds, she whispered, executing the final command. The countdown froze, then disappeared from the display. "Self-destruct terminated," the automated system announced. Harding's momentary distraction at this news gave Craig the opening he needed. He broke the choke hold and drove his fist upward into Harding's solar plexus. With a snarl of frustration, Harding reached into his jacket and pulled out a concealed phase pistol. Before he could aim, the station suffered another catastrophic failure. The vessel dropped suddenly as one of the docking clamps tore free. The violent motion sent Harding staggering sideways, his shot going wide and scorching the ceiling. Craig lunged forward, striking Harding's wrist with precision. The phase pistol clattered to the floor. A quick series of strikes left Harding dazed long enough for Craig to secure him with emergency restraints from the vessel's security kit. "Astra, get us out of here," Craig shouted, securing Harding to a bulkhead support. Her hands flew across the controls, completing the emergency undocking procedure as the final clamp began to fail. The vessel lurched free just as the auxiliary bay collapsed behind them. Debris scraped against their hull as Astra navigated away from the disintegrating station. 10 meters of clearance, she breathed, her skill evident as she guided the unfamiliar vessel through the debris field. "We're clear of immediate danger." Craig moved to the tactical station. "Not completely clear, we've got company." He pointed to a blip on the sensor display. "The mystery ship has changed course. They're coming for us." Astra studied the vessel's capabilities. "We can't outrun them. This maintenance vessel isn't built for speed. And we can't approach either the human destroyer or the Nasat cruiser," Craig added. "They'd recognize us immediately." He studied the system map, searching for options. "There," he said, pointing to a dense cluster at the edge of the display. "Asteroid field at the edge of Tau Ceti. We could lose them in there." Astra adjusted their course. "Our pursuer is gaining. Estimated intercept in 8 minutes. While she navigated, Craig examined the vessel more thoroughly. He discovered a hidden compartment beneath the secondary control station. Inside lay multiple tactical uniforms designed for both human and Nasat physiology. "Look at this," he called to Astra, holding up one of the uniforms. Each bore an unfamiliar insignion eclipse symbol that matched markings on their prisoners' neural implants. "A third faction," Astra said, glancing back, "with access to both our species' technology." The vessel lurched as Astra executed a sharp evasive maneuver. The pursuing ship was closing rapidly, forcing increasingly risky navigation. With each successful evasion, Astra's natural bioluminescence intensified, her skin pulsing with light that bathed the cockpit in a blue glow. The artificial gravity fluctuated with the sudden changes in direction. During one particularly sharp turn, Craig was thrown against Astra, their bodies pressed together. The contact sent a jolt through his system, psychic bond from their earlier healing connection flaring unexpectedly. For a brief, disorienting moment, he experienced the controls through her hands, felt the spatial awareness that came naturally to her species. Another violent evasive maneuver sent Astra across Craig's lap, her torn diplomatic garment exposing more of her iridescent skin. The extended contact overwhelmed his senses with a flood of mutual attraction. Her bioluminescent patterns shifted to a deep, pulsing magenta that spread across her exposed skin. Astra pulled away abruptly, her eyes wide. I apologize. That display is private. Her voice carried embarrassment and concern as she noticed Craig's physiological response. The psychic bond may be causing unforeseen biochemical compatibility between us. Proximity, alarms blared throughout the cockpit, shattering the moment. Craig turned to the tactical display. 3 intercept drones launched from the pursuing vessel. Astra executed a complex series of maneuvers, evading 2 of the drones, but the third attached itself to their hull with a metallic thunk. Navigation systems being overridden, she reported, fighting the controls. Craig accessed the maintenance vessel's external systems. These repair mechanisms might help. He repurposed the plasma cutter, originally designed for hull maintenance, targeting the attached drone. The external arm swung into position and fired, severing the drone's connection to their hull. The disabled drone exploded, the shockwave rocking their vessel violently. Warning messages flooded the displays. Sensor array damaged, Astra reported. Communications offline. The asteroid field loomed ahead, a chaotic mass of tumbling rocks. With sensors severely limited, navigation would be nearly impossible for a normal pilot. But Astra wasn't normal. As they penetrated the field, her skin began reacting to the proximity of the asteroids. Subtle patterns of light responding to nearby objects like a biological proximity sensor. Craig watched in fascination as she navigated by instinct, her natural abilities guiding them deeper into the field than their pursuers could safely follow. She located a massive asteroid with a hollow interior, likely the result of mining operations abandoned decades ago. Carefully, she guided their vessel inside and powered down all non-essential systems. In the dimmed emergency lighting, Astra's natural bioluminescence provided the primary illumination. The blue glow bathed the cockpit, casting shadows across Craig's face as he checked on their prisoners. "We're temporarily safe," Astra said, but trapped between 3 hostile forces with limited supplies and damaged communications. Craig nodded, then stopped suddenly as Harding's body began to convulse violently. "Something's wrong." He rushed to Harding's side, recognizing the symptoms immediately. "It's a Deadman's trigger in the neural implant, a security measure." They struggled to stabilize him, but the convulsions intensified. Harding's eyes snapped open, his gaze locking with Craig's. "The Eclipse Directive," he gasped, blood trickling from his nose. "Final implementation. Already underway. Coordinates. 628. 4 Taurus 11b." His body went rigid, then limp. Craig checked for a pulse, finding none. "He's gone," Craig said, looking up at Astra. "But whatever conspiracy we've uncovered, it's bigger than we thought. This Eclipse Directive isn't just about prolonging the war." Astra's bioluminescence dimmed with concern. "My father's involvement suggests this reaches the highest levels of both governments." In the confined space of the power-ridden vessel, Craig became acutely aware of Astra's proximity. Their psychic bond continued to strengthen, each moment of shared space intensifying their connection. Despite the danger surrounding them, he found himself drawn to her, the attraction transcending decades of ingrained hatred and biological differences. The unconscious saboteur stirred on the deck, groaning softly. Craig and Astra exchanged a look. They had one prisoner left, a neural implant to examine mysterious coordinates and the cryptic warning about the eclipse directive. "We need to find out what we're dealing with," Craig said, his voice low in the dim blue light. "We need to find out what we're dealing with," Craig said, his voice low in the dim blue light of Astra's bioluminescence. He approached the unconscious saboteur on the deck, checking vital signs. The neural implant's metallic edge gleamed against the base of the person's skull, similar to Harding's, but somehow different in its integration pattern. "They're stable," Craig reported. "But we shouldn't expect them to stay unconscious forever." Astra powered down additional systems, preserving their energy signature while hiding them deeper within the asteroid's hollow interior. "The field's density should mask our position temporarily, but we need a plan." Craig secured their vessel within a natural alcove of the asteroid cavity, engaging the magnetic locks to prevent drift. The cavernous space around them was pockmarked with abandoned mining equipment, suggesting this had once been an active extraction site. "First things first," he said, scanning the vessel's inventory. "Let's see what resources we have." For the next 12 hours, they maintained a tense vigilance, alternating between monitoring for pursuit and examining their findings. The maintenance vessel's emergency lighting provided minimal illumination, complemented by Astra's natural glow that shifted subtly with her emotional state, bright azure during analytical moments, softer cerulean when fatigued. Craig discovered storage compartments beneath the deck plating, revealing carefully organized survival supplies. "Look at this," he called to Astra, holding up two distinct types of emergency rations, human protein bars and... He examined the unfamiliar packaging. "Mineral supplements," Astra finished, taking the nascent package. "Essential for maintaining our bioluminescent functions." This vessel was equipped for both species. The confined space forced continuous proximity. Each time they passed in the narrow corridor, their shoulders brushed. When they reached for the same console, their hands touched. With each contact, the psychic bond between them intensified, Craig finding himself experiencing flashes of Astra's sensory input, while she occasionally reacted to his emotional shifts before he'd voiced them. "Your heart rate elevated suddenly," she observed after one such moment. "Are you unwell?" Craig shook his head, unsettled by the deepening connection. "Just adjusting to this bond." Their prisoner stirred after 8 hours, groaning and attempting to sit up despite the restraints. Craig immediately moved to secure her, stunner drawn. "Don't," the woman said, her voice raspy. "No need for that." Craig kept the stunner level. "Identify yourself." "Lieutenant Vorakalis," she answered, eyes remaining closed. "Formerly of Earth's Special Intelligence Division." She coughed weakly. "Officially deceased for 3 years now." Astra approached, studying the neural implant at the base of Collies's skull. "This integration is incomplete," she observed. "The implant hasn't fully bonded with your neural pathways." Collies's eyes opened, focusing on Astra with evident surprise. "You know about the implants?" "We know enough," Craig said. "What's the eclipse directive?" A tight smile crossed Collies's face. "Getting right to it, then." She shifted against her restraints. "Water first." After receiving a small ration of water, Collies provided limited information, speaking in measured tones. "The eclipse directive operates under the principle that conflict drives advancement. The architecture-ranking officials from both your species believe cooperation leads to stagnation and racial contamination." "Who specifically?" Craig pressed. Collies shook her head. "My implant may be incomplete, but it still has safeguards. Certain information triggers unpleasant consequences." "Like what happened to Harding," Astra noted. "Precisely." Collies glanced between them. "I can tell you they've systematically undermined 17 peace initiatives over 4 decades. Every diplomatic breakthrough, every chance at resolution sabotaged." While Craig continued the interrogation, Astra examined the vessel's damaged communications array. Beneath the primary system, her fingers detected an irregularity in the paneling. Carefully removing the false bottom, she uncovered a secondary communication system with unfamiliar hybrid technology. Her aristocratic training included extensive security protocols including overrides for emergency situations. She input her high-level clearance codes, surprised when the system accepted them, and illuminated with active transmissions. The data stream was fragmented bursts of encrypted communication between multiple sources. Her skin pulsed with concentration as she decoded segments, her bioluminescence intensifying with each revelation. Gradually, her patterns shifted to dark indigo as the content became clear. When Craig returned from questioning collies, he found Astra hunched over the communication array, her normally vibrant skin darkened to an almost black-blue hue. "Astra, what is it?" She turned, her eyes wide. "The Eclipse Directive isn't just about prolonging the war." Her voice trembled. "It's about ending it on their terms." Together, they analyzed the intercepted transmissions. References to convergence points and purification protocols painted a horrifying picture. The conspiracy planned coordinated biological attacks against civilian populations of both species within 7 to 2 hours, targeting genetic markers associated with cooperation and peace-seeking behavior. "They're planning to eliminate anyone genetically predisposed to seeking harmony between our species," Astra whispered, her patterns pulsing with distress. Craig studied the data. "And engineer the blame to fall on both sides, guaranteeing generations of hatred among survivors." Their analysis halted when proximity sensors activated. The vessel's remaining functional systems detected multiple ships entering the asteroid field, specialized mining vessels equipped with sensors capable of penetrating the dense rock. "Eclipse forces," Craig said, checking the tactical display. "They're using mining technology to navigate the field. We have maybe 20 minutes before they locate us." They quickly assessed their options. The vessel's damaged state limited their choices, but a thorough inspection revealed an unexpected feature-in emergency transporter pad hidden beneath retractable flooring in the cargo hold. "Prototype technology," Astra observed, examining the controls. "It combines principles from both our species' design approaches." Craig reviewed the specifications. "Short-range, but potentially powerful enough to beam us to a nearby ship or planetary body." A plan formed quickly. The human destroyer and Nasset cruiser remained positioned near the station's ruins, maintaining their standoff. Either could be reached by the transporter, but arrival would likely mean immediate detention or worse. While accessing navigation controls to calculate coordinates, Astra accidentally brushed against Craig. The contact triggered an unprecedented intensification of their bond. Information flooded between them, Craig's tactical military knowledge flowing into Astra while her understanding of Nasset diplomatic protocols transferred to him. They stared at each other in shock as the shared knowledge settled. "Did you just—" Craig began. "Yes," Astra confirmed. "I understand flanking maneuvers and tactical positioning now. And I suddenly know the proper protocols for addressing a Nasset Third Circle dignitary," Craig added, bewildered. The unexpected knowledge sharing provided their solution. "The Emergency Diplomatic Intervention Protocol," they said simultaneously. "It requires authentication from both species," Astra explained, fingers already programming the necessary signals. "And compels military vessels to establish a temporary truce zone for diplomatic representatives," Craig finished. They moved quickly to the cargo hold, retrieving environmental suits designed for both human and Nasset physiology. The confined space forced them to assist each other with the unfamiliar fastenings. Craig's fingers traced along the sensitive bioluminescent patterns along Astra's spine as he helped secure her suit. The touch sent cascading sensations through their bond, creating a feedback loop of sensory input that left them both momentarily breathless. "I felt that," Craig whispered, his hands lingering over the sealed seam. "As did I," Astra responded, her skin pulsing with bright magenta patterns. The bond appears to be amplifying physical sensations between us. The vessels suddenly lurched violently, knocking them against each other. External sensors showed Eclipse mining lasers beginning to cut through the asteroid's outer shell. "We're out of time," Craig said, sealing his helmet. They programmed the emergency transporter for coordinates near Tau Ceti's smallest moon, the designated point, for the diplomatic intervention protocol they'd broadcast to both military vessels. Astra initiated a data transmission containing their evidence to both ships while Craig ensured Collies was secured. "What about me?" Collies asked, eyeing the approaching mining lasers. "The Eclipse will recover you," Craig answered. "Whether that's good or bad depends on your true allegiances." As hull breach warnings blared, Astra and Craig stepped onto the transporter pad. Their eyes met through their helmet visors, both aware the psychic bond might not survive their imminent separation. Craig reached for her hand. "If this doesn't," Astra moved forward instead, embracing him fully. The intensity of their connection caused her bioluminescent patterns to synchronize with his heartbeat, creating brilliant pulses of light that filled the cargo hold with blinding radiance. The transporter activated just as Eclipse forces breached the vessel's hull. A moment of disorientation followed, then the stark emptiness of space surrounded them. Their environmental suits protected them from the vacuum as they floated at the designated coordinates, between the imposing silhouettes of the human destroyer and Nasat battle cruiser. They immediately broadcast on the emergency diplomatic channel. "This is Lieutenant Commander Craig Simpson of Earth's Defense Force, invoking Emergency Diplomatic Intervention Protocol Alpha 7. This is Lady Astra, daughter of Supreme Overlord Krax of the Nasat Dominion, authenticating Protocol Alpha 7 with Royal Seal verification." Both military vessels responded instantly, deploying retrieval shuttles while maintaining defensive postures. Beyond them, Eclipse forces emerged from the asteroid field, their ships now openly displaying the Eclipse insignia that had adorned the neural implants. The appearance of these unknown vessels created visible confusion among both military fleets. Neither recognized these ships as part of their own forces, and both automatically adjusted their defensive formations to account for the new threat. "They're coming for us," Craig said over their private suit-to-suit communication channel. "And we're about to be separated," Astra responded, her voice tight with emotion. The retrieval shuttles approached rapidly, each extending docking tubes. Craig and Astra faced each other in the void, their suited forms illuminated by the distant sun of Tau Ceti. "When we reach our ships, we'll be viewed as traitors," Craig said. "They won't believe us without proof." "I transmitted the evidence to both vessels," Astra reminded him. "Whether they examine it before executing us is another matter. We have to find a way back to each other," Craig insisted, reaching out. Astra extended her hand, their gloved fingers touching through the vacuum. "I will find you, Craig Simpson." The psychic bond between them began to fade as the distance increased, creating a hollow sensation that affected them both physically. Their final connection flared with shared dedication before the retrieval teams secured them, pulling them into separate shuttles headed for opposite directions. The last thing Craig saw before the shuttle doors closed was Astra's environmental suit, her internal bioluminescence still visible through the transparent sections, pulsing in perfect rhythm with his heartbeat. The shuttle doors sealed with a pressurized hiss, cutting off Craig's last glimpse of Astra. His stomach hollowed as their connection faded like losing a limb he never knew he had until now. "Hands where we can see them, Lieutenant Commander," ordered a security officer in standard EDF tactical gear, weapon trained on Craig's chest. The retrieval shuttle's interior was sparse-functional metal benches along both walls and restraint hooks built into the floor. 4 security personnel surrounded him, faces professionally blank. "I'm not the enemy," Craig said. "That's not our perseverance to make," replied the officer. remained stationary during transit. The journey to the UES Intrepid passed in tense silence. Through the shuttle's viewports, Craig watched the destroyer grow larger, a massive silhouette of angular titanium alloy plates and weapons arrays against the backdrop of stars. The vessel represented Earth's military might and now considered him a security threat. When the shuttle docked, the airlock cycled open to reveal a full security detail. At their center stood Commander Alexis Reeves, the Intrepid's executive officer. Her cropped silver hair and ramrod posture projected authority, while her eyes conveyed nothing but cold assessment. "Secure the prisoner," she ordered. 2 officers stepped forward with restraints. Craig submitted without resistance. The cold metal cuffs clicked around his wrists. "Commander Reeves, we need to examine the transmission data immediately. The eclipse." "You'll speak when questioned," Reeves cut him off. "Remove his environmental suit." They systematically stripped him of the suit, leaving him vulnerable in the standard-issue black undergarment. Craig shivered, not from cold but from the growing distance between himself and Astra. The bond continued weakening with each passing second. Reeves personally escorted him through the destroyer's corridors. Crew members they passed averted their gaze. A traitor in their midst was bad for morale. They descended 3 levels to the brig section, eventually reaching a reinforced door marked Secure Interrogation 2. The room beyond contained a single metal chair bolted to the floor, surrounded by recording equipment and one-way observation glass. The air smelled of industrial cleaner and recycled oxygen. "Sit," Reeves commanded. Craig complied, noting the cameras adjusting to track his movements. 2 intelligence officers entered, carrying data tablets and expressionless faces. "Lieutenant Commander Craig Simpson," began the taller officer, "you stand accused of unauthorized communication with enemy forces, violation of non-fraternization protocols, and potential treason against Earth's Defense Force." "I was completing my mission," Craig replied, "investigating the station attack by establishing psychic contact with a NASA aristocrat." The second officer asked. 6 hours of interrogation followed. They questioned every detail of his mission, his interactions with Astra, the neural implants, and the Eclipse Directive. Craig answered truthfully, but each mention of Astra brought scrutiny. "Describe your relationship with the NASA aristocrat again," the taller officer demanded for the 3rd time. "I've explained this." The psychic bond was unintentional, a result of her healing abilities and the neural tech. "Your biometric readings spike when you mention her," said the second officer, consulting his tablet. "Heart rate, pupil dilation, skin conductivity, all indicators of emotional attachment." Craig exhaled slowly. "The bond created a connection. I can't deny that." "A connection to an enemy combatant," Reeves interjected from the corner. "One that compromised your judgment." "She's not the enemy," Craig insisted. "Neither of us is. The Eclipse Directive is manipulating both sides." Reeves approached, towering over him. "You expect us to believe a shadow organization has orchestrated decades of conflict without detection? Based on what evidence?" "The transmission we sent before an alarm blared," cutting him off. "Red emergency lights pulsed throughout the chamber." "Combat stations," announced the ship's AI. "Unknown hostiles detected. All personnel to battle positions." Reeves' hand went to her comm unit. "Report." "Multiple vessels emerging from the asteroid field," came the response. 6 ships, configuration unknown. "They've opened fire on both our vessel and the NASA cruiser." Craig leaned forward. "It's them. Eclipse forces." Reeves ignored him, listening to tactical updates through her comm. Her expression hardened as she received confirmation of precision strikes against the Intrepid's communication arrays and primary weapon systems. "They know exactly where to hit us," she said, almost to herself. The ship shuddered under impact, the lights flickering momentarily. "Commander," Craig said urgently, "those aren't random attacks. They're targeting specific systems with insider knowledge." Another impact rocked the ship. The security console behind Reeves lit up with unauthorized access warnings. "Someone's trying to breach our security systems," one of the intelligence officers reported, checking the display. Craig recognized the signature pattern. "That's Eclipse protocol. I saw it in their vessel systems. They're preparing for boarding parties." Reeves studied him with narrowed eyes, calculating odds and options. The ship shuddered again. "Release him," she finally ordered. "Reinstate his clearance, limited access only." When the restraints came off, Craig rubbed his wrists. "I need to get to tactical. I can help identify their attack patterns." Reeves handed him a standard-issue sidearm. "Consider yourself on probation, Lieutenant Commander. One suspicious move, and you'll be back in restraints if I don't shoot you first." They moved quickly through corridors filled with personnel rushing to battle stations. The tactical center buzzed with activity as officers monitored incoming data from the engagement. "Eclipse vessels are employing some kind of hybrid technology," reported the tactical officer. "Their weapons systems incorporate elements of both human and NASA design." Craig examined the tactical display, identifying attack formations. "They're deliberately avoiding fatal strikes. Look at the targeting pattern: communications, weapons, propulsion. They want to disable, not destroy." "To what end?" Reeves asked. "Capture," Craig replied. "They need something from both ships." A junior officer approached. "Lieutenant Commander Simpson." "Lieutenant Chambers requests your presence in the auxiliary data center." Craig glanced at Reeves, who nodded her permission. He found Lieutenant Marcus Chambers hunched over a secured terminal, his thin face illuminated by the screen's glow. "Simpson," Chambers said quietly once they were alone, "the transmission you sent before your retrieval, High Command received it." Craig's pulse quickened. "And they're analyzing it now. The evidence is compelling, but they need more," Craig finished. "Typical bureaucratic caution." Chambers nodded. "They want additional verification before accepting claims about high-level conspiracy." Another impact rocked the ship harder than previous hits. "Boarding crafts detected," announced the ship's AI. "Multiple breach points identified." Craig's tactical training kicked in. "We need to secure critical systems. If they're boarding, they have specific objectives." He moved to a terminal, mapping likely entry points against critical ship systems. As he worked, a strange tingling sensation started at the base of his skull, familiar yet different from before. The hollow emptiness began to fill with something else, something distant yet connected. "Astra." Craig gasped as awareness flooded through him, not clear communication but fragments of sensation and emotion. Danger, commitment, pain. "Simpson." Chambers looked concerned. "Are you all right?" Craig gripped the console edge. "It's Astra. The bond, it's still there, just weaker." Chambers glanced at the door. "That's not something I'd advertise right now." "No, you don't understand. This could be useful." Craig straightened. "With the communications arrays damaged, we have no way to coordinate with the NASA vessel, but Astra and I might be able to." "You're suggesting using an alien psychic connection as a tactical communication system?" Chambers looked skeptical. "Command will never approve." "They might if it means survival," Craig countered. He quickly outlined his plan to Commander Reeves, who listened with evident skepticism. "This is unprecedented," she said when he finished. "So is this attack," Craig replied. "The Eclipse forces know both our species' tactics. They're counting on us fighting separately." Another alert sounded. Boarding parties had breached the outer hull in 3 locations. Reeves made her decision. "Dr. Nersch, report to Auxiliary Medical Bay 2, prepare neural stimulation equipment." She turned to Craig. "You have one chance to prove this works. After that, I'm deploying conventional countermeasures regardless of consequences." "In the Medi Doctor, Bay Doctor." Ibrahim Nersch, a compact man with steady hands and intense eyes, examined Craig's neural readings with fascination. "These patterns are extraordinary," he said, calibrating a neural stimulator. "The alien psychic imprint has integrated with your own neural architecture in ways I wouldn't have thought possible. Can you enhance it?" Craig asked. Theoretically. Nairsh adjusted settings on the device. This stimulator is designed for emergency field communications when conventional systems fail. It amplifies existing neural pathways to boost signal strength, but using it on these alien patterns. He hesitated. I can't predict the outcome. We don't have time for certainty, Craig said, settling into the medical chair. Do it. Nairsh attached sensor nodes to Craig's temples and the base of his skull. This will hurt, he warned. When he activated the stimulator, white-hot pain exploded through Craig's nervous system. His back arched involuntarily, muscles seizing as dormant neural pathways flared to life. Through the agony, he focused on a single thought: Astra. The pain twisted, reshaping itself into something else, a connection stretching across space. Craig gasped as sensory fragments flooded in. The amber glow of Nasset control interfaces, the distinct smell of their atmospheric mix, and beneath it all, Astra's presence. They're boarding your ship, he projected through the connection, focusing through waves of pain. 6 entry points. Targeting command functions. Information flowed both ways. Craig suddenly knew the Nasset vessel had suffered damage to its secondary command bridge, that Astra had been elevated to emergency command status, that the suspicious Vexcar watched her every move. The knowledge came not as words but as impressions, sensations, fragments of experience. It's working, Craig gasped, eyes still closed. They're under attack too, similar boarding pattern. Nairsh monitored neural activity with growing concern. Your patterns are becoming unstable. We need to reduce power. No, Craig insisted. Keep it active. He focused again, projecting tactical information about Eclipse boarding strategies through the reinforced connection. The pain intensified, but so did the clarity of their link. For a brief moment, he saw through Astra's ISA Nasset command center. Officers with their insectoid features and natural armor plating, their bioluminescent control interfaces. He glimpsed Vexcar, battle-scarred and imposing with mantis-like appendages, watching with obvious suspicion as Astra conveyed warnings to her crew. The view shifted as Astra turned, revealing security feeds of Eclipse border cybernetically enhanced soldiers in advanced combat suits breaching the Nasset vessel. The stimulator's intensity spiked, and Craig cried out as the connection surged beyond tactical information. His consciousness partly merged with Astra's emotions becoming his, her sensory input overlapping with his own reality. Her drive flowed into him, and his tactical knowledge flooded into her. Through their shared awareness, Craig experienced something unprecedented: access to classified Nasset tactical systems as Astra viewed them. Information that no human had ever witnessed cascaded through his mind. Shield harmonics, weapons frequencies, command protocols that would be worth entire fleets in intelligence value. Simultaneously, he felt Astra's shock as she glimpsed the Intrepid's emergency command protocols through his perspective. Their inadvertent exchange of military secrets should have felt like betrayal, but instead revealed something more valuable: compatibility points between their vessel's systems that could enable synchronized defense. The neural stimulator overloaded, shutting down automatically. Craig slumped in the chair, Dr. Thing heavily. Dr. Nairsh rushed forward with medical scanners. Your neurotransmitter levels are dangerously elevated, he reported. We can't risk another session immediately. Commander Reeves approached. Did you get anything useful? Craig nodded, still catching his breath. Their boarding parties are using hybrid tech specialized for fighting both species. But there's more. He looked up at her. Their defensive systems have compatibility points with ours if we could coordinate. A security alert interrupted him. Eclipse forces had broken through to the deck below the secondary command center. They're going for command and control, Craig said, standing despite Nairsh's protests. I need to get down there. Reeves evaluated him, then nodded. Take a security team. Stop them. Craig gathered 6 security officers and headed to intercept the boarding party. The destroyer's corridors became a battlefield as they engaged the first wave of Eclipse soldier humans and Nasat with extensive cybernetic augmentations, their movements unnaturally precise. The fighting was intense and close quarters. Craig directed defensive positions, using his unique understanding of both human and Nasat tactics to anticipate the enemy's movements. They held the first intersection, forcing the Eclipse forces to fall back. "They'll regroup and try another approach," Craig told his team. "Set up crossfire positions covering all access points." As they moved to a more defensible position, Craig felt the connection with Astra strengthening again without technological assistance. Their shared combat experiences seemed to be reinforcing the bond naturally. During particularly intense exchanges of fire, he experienced echoes of her adrenaline response, creating a feedback loop that heightened his awareness and reaction time. When the second wave of Eclipse boarders attacked, they came with greater numbers and more coordinated tactics. Craig led the defense of the secondary command center, using both standard EDF combat protocols and insights gained from his connection with Astra. During a particularly fierce exchange, an Eclipse soldier with augmented reflexes broke through their defensive line. Craig engaged him directly, blocking the first strike but catching the second across his shoulder. The impact shattered bone and tore muscle, sending him stumbling backward. White-hot pain flared through his nervous system. Through their connection, he felt Astra register the echo of his injury. Then something unprecedented happened. A warm, tingling sensation spread from the wound outward. The pain didn't disappear completely, but diminished enough for him to continue fighting. Craig realized with shock what was happening. Astra was attempting to extend her healing abilities across their psychic link. Nothing like this had ever been documented between their species, especially not across physical distance. He rallied, using his partially healed shoulder to continue the fight. The Eclipse forces were driven back temporarily, but Craig knew they would return with greater numbers. Through their connection, he sensed Astra collapse on her vessel from the unprecedented energy expenditure of the remote healing attempt. The Nasat medical officers surrounded her, their confusion and alarm evident even through the fragmented bond. As both ships continued taking damage, Craig received a transmission from the bridge. "Long-range sensors detect multiple vessel signatures," reported the tactical officer. "Two separate fleets approaching Tau Ceti from opposite vectors. Identification," Reeves demanded. "Confirmed Earth Defense Force battle group from Rimward approach. Nasat Imperial Fleet from Corward." Craig looked up sharply. Reinforcements from both sides. Reeves's expression darkened. Without coordination, they'll engage each other as well as these Eclipse vessels. And that's exactly what Eclipse wants, Craig realized. The final phase of their plan-triggering all-out war. Through the psychic bond, he sensed Astra coming to the same conclusion aboard Krax's Glory. Their shared knowledge created an unprecedented opportunity if they could somehow convince both approaching fleets of the truth before it was too late. "Their final phase," Craig repeated, eyes widening with realization. "If those fleets engage each other, this becomes a full-scale war." He accessed the tactical display, analyzing the approach vectors of both reinforcement fleets. Less than 30 minutes until they arrived in weapons range of each other. "Commander," Craig said, straightening despite the pain in his shoulder, "we need to establish direct communication with Krax's Glory immediately." Reeves looked at him like he'd suggested setting the ship on fire. "That's against every protocol in the book. And playing by the book is exactly what Eclipse wants." Craig projected the data. "These aren't random attacks. They're orchestrated to trigger mutual destruction when our reinforcements arrive." Through his bond with Astra, Craig sensed her making a similar argument aboard Krax's Glory. Her persistence flowed through their connection, strengthening his grit. Commander Reeves studied the tactical display, her features hardening. "Set up a secure channel to Krax's Glory," she ordered finally. Lieutenant Simpson will coordinate defense strategies. At the same moment, Craig felt a surge of satisfaction through his link with Astra. Vexgar had reluctantly authorized her to represent NASA interests in this unprecedented cooperation. When the communications officer established the connection, Craig found himself facing Astra on the console. Her chitinous features were exactly as he remembered, yet somehow more striking. The moment their eyes met, the psychic bond between them intensified dramatically. Astra's bioluminescent patterns flared in pulsing waves across her exoskeleton. Every NASA officer in view reacted with obvious shock. Craig didn't need their bond to interpret the cultural significance. Her light patterns displayed unmistakable emotional attachment. "Lieutenant Simpson," Astra said formally, though her voice carried undertones only Craig could detect. "I have been authorized to coordinate defensive operations with you." "Likewise, second caste healer," Craig responded, maintaining professional composure despite the rush of emotions their reconnection triggered. Behind Astra, Vexgar stepped into frame, mandibles twitching with hardly restrained displeasure. "Proceed with tactical coordination only," he instructed sharply. As they exchanged tactical data, Craig noted the critical damage to Krax's Glory's defensive systems. "Your shield generators are operating at minimal capacity. We have compatible components that could restore functionality. Our engineering teams lack the specialized knowledge to integrate human technology," Astra countered. Craig met her eyes through the screen. "I could bring them myself." A small tactical shuttle could transfer between vessels. Commander Reeves, who had been listening silently, stepped forward. "That's an unacceptable risk, Lieutenant." "With respect, Commander, it's our only option." Craig displayed data on the approaching Earth Defense Force fleet. Long-range scans confirm Admiral Winters is aboard the lead vessel. Reeves's expression darkened. "Admiral Winters, you're certain?" "Positive identification," the tactical officer confirmed. "The same Admiral Winters implicated in the intelligence reports on Eclipse funding," Craig added quietly, for Reeves's ears only. Reeves studied him. "You believe she's involved?" "I believe we can't afford to find out the hard way," Craig replied. After a moment of consideration, Reeves nodded. "Prepare a tactical shuttle. You have authorization to transfer to Krax's Glory with the necessary components." As Craig prepared for the mission, Dr. Nairsh pulled him aside in the shuttle bay. "Your neural patterns continue to evolve," Nairsh said, attaching a small device to the base of Craig's skull. "This neural stabilizer should prevent the psychic bond from overwhelming your autonomic systems during proximity." "Should?" Craig questioned. Nairsh's expression turned grave. "The changes to your neurochemistry are unprecedented. Your reflexes, sensory perception, they're enhancing beyond normal human parameters." He hesitated. "However, I'm detecting signs of potential dependency." "Your brain is adapting to function with this connection." "You're saying I'm becoming addicted to an alien psychic link." "I'm saying your physiology is permanently altering," Nairsh corrected. "Whether that's beneficial long-term remains to be seen." Craig absorbed this information as he finished loading the critical components. The neural stabilizer hummed against his skin, a cold reminder of the changes occurring within him. Alarms blared throughout the ship. "Eclipse forces converging on shuttle bays," announced the tactical officer. "Both vessels under concentrated attack." "They know exactly what we're planning," Craig realized, securing the final components. Commander Reeves's voice came through the comm. "Simpson, launch now. We'll provide covering fire." Craig sealed the shuttle and initiated launch sequence. The small craft shot from the bay just as explosions rocked the Intrepid. The view screen showed Eclipse interceptors converging on his position, targeting systems locked. The shuttle's navigation systems failed immediately, forcing Craig into manual control. He weaved through weapons fire, using instincts sharpened by his altered neural pathways to anticipate attack patterns. A sudden surge of drive flowed through his bond with Astra, followed by shock and outrage from other Nasset minds. Through their connection, Craig witnessed Astra commandeering a Nasset interceptor against Vexgar's direct orders. "This is second caste healer Astra," her voice crackled through the comm system. "I am providing escort for the human shuttle." Craig watched in amazement as the elegant Nasset interceptor swooped into formation beside him, its advanced weaponry driving back the Eclipse forces. Through their bond, he experienced Astra's expert piloting as if it were his own, feeling the subtle adjustments she made to counter enemy maneuvers. The Nasset crew's reaction filtered through their connection confusion and uncertainty as Astra's body emanated healing light throughout the interceptor's cockpit. The spiritual significance created a moment of protection from Vexgar's authority. "Your navigation systems are critically damaged," Astra transmitted. "Follow my vector precisely." Their psychic link deepened as they coordinated maneuvers without verbal communication. The ships moved in perfect synchronization, creating a defensive pattern that crews from both vessels watched in astonishment. An Eclipse fighter broke through, landing a direct hit on Craig's shuttle. "Critical systems failed instantly. Engine containment failing," he reported, fighting the controls. "I can't reach Krax's glory." Through their bond, he felt Astra's instant decision. Her interceptor swung around, positioning alongside his damaged shuttle. Mechanical arms extended from her vessel, locking onto his craft with emergency rescue apparatus. "Stabilizing connection," Astra transmitted. "Prepare for transfer." Craig gathered the essential components and moved to the shuttle's airlock. The transfer tube pressurized successfully, creating a passage between the vessels. He crossed into Astra's interceptor, and their eyes met in person for the first time since their separation. The neural stabilizer at the base of his skull overloaded instantly as their bond fully reestablished. Craig stumbled forward into the confined cockpit. Astra caught him, her exoskeletal hands warm against his skin. The moment of contact overwhelmed all rational thought. Their psychic connection exploded into completeness, erasing boundaries between their separate consciousnesses. Craig pulled her close, their foreheads touching in the intimate greeting of her species. Astra's entire body erupted in brilliant bioluminescence, not the controlled patterns of healing or communication, but the unrestrained display of mating signals. The light show radiated from the interceptor, temporarily disrupting nearby Eclipse targeting systems. Neither of them noticed the vessel's automated recording systems, transmitting the entire interaction back to Krax's glory as part of standard mission protocols. "We need to move quickly," Astra said, finally pulling away. "The Eclipse command vessel is our primary target." Craig nodded, still recovering from the intensity of their reconnection. "We can transmit falsified surrender signals." "They'll want to capture an aristocratic healer and a human intelligence officer." They implemented the plan immediately. Astra piloted toward the Eclipse command vessel while Craig transmitted the surrender codes he'd extracted from captured Eclipse equipment. "Nasset Interceptor Act 17, this is Eclipse command," came the response. "Maintain current vector. Prepare for docking sequence." "They've taken the bait," Craig said, securing the components they'd need to access Eclipse systems. Astra's mandibles clicked softly. "What awaits us aboard that vessel will determine the fate of both our species." The Eclipse warship loomed before them, its docking bay opening like the maw of a predator. As they approached, Craig felt Astra's apprehension mixing with his own, creating a shared purpose that transcended their separate identities. The interceptor settled onto the landing deck. Armed Eclipse soldiers surrounded them immediately, weapons trained on the craft. "Remember," Craig whispered, "we only need 5 minutes at a central terminal." Astra's bioluminescence dimmed to normal levels as she prepared for the confrontation ahead. 5 minutes to prevent a war. They opened the hatch together, stepping into whatever fate awaited them aboard the Eclipse command vessel. They emerged from the interceptor into the Eclipse docking bay, hands raised in apparent surrender. Craig's pulse quickened as he counted 12 armed guards forming a perimeter around them. Beside him, Astra's exoskeleton remained perfectly still, her bioluminescent patterns subdued to match the gravity of their situation. "Move," ordered the Eclipse commander, gesturing with his weapon. Craig locked eyes with Astra for a fraction of a second. The silent confirmation passed between them through their bond thighs was the moment to act. In one fluid motion, Craig activated the electromagnetic pulse device concealed in his boot, while Astra emitted a blinding flash of bioluminescence. The momentary disorientation gave them the advantage they needed. They sprinted toward the nearest corridor, Craig firing precise shots from a weapon he'd grabbed from a stunned guard. Alarms blared throughout the vessel, and the overhead lights shifted to emergency red. "Security breach in Docking Bay 3. All personnel to containment stations." They raced through the corridors, Astra's natural directional sense guiding them toward the command center. Through their bond, Craig perceived the layout of the ship as if he'd studied the schematics for years. "Central communications hub should be 2 levels up," Craig said, accessing a maintenance ladder. An explosion rocked the ship, throwing them against the bulkhead. Through the viewport, Craig witnessed the impossible. Both the human and Nasset fleets had arrived, weapons hot, on a direct collision course with each other. "They're here," Astra observed, mandibles clicking with urgency. "We have minutes before they engage." A security team rounded the corner, forcing them to divert into an emergency escape pod bay. 3 Eclipse soldiers fallen, them in. Craig disabled 2 with quick, precise strikes, but the third activated the pod's launch sequence before Astra neutralized him. The escape pod doors sealed automatically. Acceleration pressed them into the padding as the pod ejected from the Eclipse vessel. "No!" Craig pounded his fist against the control panel. "We needed that communications hub." The pod's viewport revealed their dire situation. The escape pod hurtled through space directly between the converging fleets. On one side, Admiral Winter's flagship Retribution led the Earth Defense Force. On the other, Supreme Overlord Krax's battlecruiser Dominant will commanded the Nasset Armada. "Craig," Astra said, her voice steady despite the chaos. "The pod's communication system." Craig assessed the basic equipment. "It's not powerful enough to reach both fleets simultaneously." "It can be." Astra moved to the access panel, removing the protective cover with practiced efficiency. "Help me rewire this. My aristocratic override protocols combined with your intelligence training should give us sufficient broadcast capacity." They worked in tandem, stripping wires and reconfiguring circuits. The confined space of the pod forced them into constant contact, shoulders pressed together as they hunched over the communications array. Each touch intensified their psychic connection, their movements becoming synchronized to an unprecedented degree. A warning shot from a human vessel streaked past the pod, rocking it violently. Craig's hand slipped, a jagged piece of metal slicing his palm. Blood welled from the wound, dripping onto the delicate circuitry. "Hold steady," Astra said, her bioluminescent patterns extending beyond her exoskeleton. The lights flowed onto Craig's hands, stabilizing his involuntary tremors. He watched in fascination as his fingers steadied, guided by Astra's light as if they shared the same nervous system. "How are you doing that?" he asked, connecting the final circuits. "I'm not controlling it," she replied, equally amazed. "Our neural pathways are adapting to each other." The communication array hummed to life, drawing power from auxiliary systems. Craig uploaded the Eclipse data they'd extracted, while Astra configured the broadcast frequencies to penetrate both fleet security protocols. "External contact," the pod's automated system announced. 12 Eclipse interceptors approaching. Estimated intercept, 3 minutes. Craig checked the tactical display. "They're coming to destroy the evidence before we can transmit." The first barrage hit the pod, rattling its structural integrity. Warning lights flashed across the control panel as the life support system registered damage. "We need time," Astra said, finalizing the transmission setup. Craig activated the pod's emergency countermeasure system designed to protect valuable Eclipse assets. Metallic particles spewed from external ports, creating a sensor-jamming cloud around the pod. "That will buy us minutes at most," he said, watching the power levels drop precipitously. "And it's draining our reserves. Life support will fail in approximately 6 hours." Through the viewport, they witnessed both fleets moving into attack formations. Admiral Winter's voice crackled through the emergency channel. "This is Admiral Winters of the Earth Defense Force. All vessels are ordered to target Krax's glory for violation of treaty agreements. Destroy any escape pods or small craft in the vicinity." Almost simultaneously, Supreme Overlord Krax's transmission overrode Winters. "All NASAT forces, the humans have deployed prohibited weapons. Destroy the Intrepid immediately. Leave no survivors, including any small vessels or pods." Craig and Astra exchanged grim looks. "Both compromised," Craig confirmed. "Eclipse has them issuing identical orders." The jamming cloud dissipated faster than expected, leaving the pod vulnerable. Eclipse interceptors appeared through the dissolving particles, weapons locked on their position. "Transmission at 80%, Astra reported. "We need more signal strength." Craig diverted power from life support to communications. "This will give us what we need, but oxygen recycling will be limited." The temperature in the pod began to drop as heating systems shut down. Outside, the first shots from the Eclipse interceptors missed narrowly as Craig engaged evasive maneuvers. "Look," Astra pointed to the tactical display. Aboard both the Intrepid and Krax's glory, commanders hesitated. The partial data they'd already transmitted had created doubt. Commander Reeves stood on the Intrepid's bridge, watching recorded footage of Craig and Astra's synchronized flying display. Across space on Krax's glory, Vexcar struggled with Supreme Overlord Krax's unprecedented order to fire on a damaged vessel, attempting rescue operations, a direct violation of ancient NASAT honor codes. "They're hesitating," Craig said. "Now's our chance." He rerouted the final power reserves to the transmitter while Astra calibrated the frequencies. The pod's interior darkened as non-essential systems shut down completely. The broadcast began, sending the complete Eclipse database to every vessel in the Tau Ceti system. "Evidence transmitted," Astra confirmed. "Files include neural modification documentation, genetic purification plans, and the sabotaged peace initiatives," Craig finished, accessing the files through their shared consciousness. 17 of them, millions of deaths. The data stream continued, but the pod shuddered as 3 Eclipse warships broke formation and moved to intercept them. The first volley struck directly, knocking out the pod's remaining power. Emergency lighting bathed the interior in dim red as life support failed completely. The temperature plummeted, and oxygen levels began to drop rapidly. "Environmental suit," Craig pointed to the emergency locker. He pulled out the single survival suit designed for human use. "It won't fit you properly, but we can share it." Astra examined the suit. "The oxygen supply will be insufficient for 2. It just needs to keep us alive until help arrives," Craig said, already opening the suit. They positioned themselves so both could partly fit within the suit's confines. Astra's exoskeleton pressed against Craig's chest, her head tucked beneath his chin. He sealed the suit as best he could around them both, activating the oxygen supply. The intimate contact intensified their bond beyond anything they'd experienced. Craig felt a strange tingling where Astra's exoskeleton touched his skin. Through their connection, he sensed similar sensations in Hera warm pressure where human met NASAT. "Something's happening," Astra whispered, her voice vibrating against his collarbone. Craig looked down and saw patches of his skin beginning to glow with faint bioluminescence matching Astra's patterns. Where her exoskeleton pressed against him, his cells were adapting, changing. "And you," he said, noticing areas where her normally blue-tinged exoskeleton had developed a more human pigmentation. Their shared suit became a cocoon of transformation as their physiologies began to adapt to each other at the cellular level. Each breath they took fell into perfect synchronization, their heartbeats aligning to an identical rhythm. Outside, the tactical situation shifted dramatically. 4 Interceptorstvo human and 2 Nasset broke from their respective formations and moved to protect the damaged pod. Intrepid actual to unidentified interceptors, Commander Reeves's voice cracked through the emergency channel. "State your intentions." "Captain Eliza Rogers, Earth Defense Force," came the reply. "Protecting Lieutenant Simpson's pod. I recognize his evasion pattern." "He's one of ours. This is Ziv of House Krauta," a Nasset voice added. "We serve the aristocracy of Healer Astra's lineage. We claim protection rights." Through the pod's viewport, Craig and Astra witnessed the unprecedented sight of human and Nasset fighters flying in formation, creating a defensive screen around their position. The Eclipse warships opened fire, targeting the protective formation. The 4 interceptors responded with coordinated maneuvers that displayed impossible synchronization between species. "Intrepid actual to Krax's glory," Commander Reeves transmitted. "I propose a temporary defensive alliance against Eclipse forces while we verify the evidence." After a tense moment, Vexgar's voice responded. "Proposal accepted. Defense pattern the Tannin." Craig felt Astra's surprise. "The Tannin is a sacred Nasset formation," she explained, "reserved for protection of royalty." A medical shuttle launched from the Intrepid, punching through the Eclipse blockade with support from 3 Nasset cruisers that had broken formation to provide cover. "Help is coming," Craig whispered, his vision beginning to blur from oxygen deprivation. The last thing he registered before losing consciousness was the medical doctor, Uttle docking with their pod, and Dr. Nersch's shocked expression as the hatch opened to reveal what they had become. Consciousness returned to Craig in waves. First came sound, the steady rhythm of medical equipment, and hushed voices speaking in both human standard and the clicking dialect of the Nasset. Then came sensation, the cool surface beneath him, and the lingering pressure of Astra's exoskeleton against his skin, even though she no longer touched him. Finally, his vision cleared, revealing the circular chamber's curved ceiling pulsing with soft light that matched the rhythm he felt in his chi doctor. "Lieutenant Simpson is awake," announced Dr. Nersch, moving swiftly to his side. The doctor's normally composed features couldn't hide his fascination as he examined Craig's vitals on a portable scanner. "Remarkable recovery curve. Your cellular regeneration rate has tripled." Craig attempted to sit up, his muscles responded. "Doctor, NG with unexpected strength." "Astra, she's here." Dr. Nersch gestured to the adjacent medical platform where Astra lay motionless but stable according to the monitors. "Still unconscious but stable. Your recovery appears to be accelerating faster than hers." Craig's eyes locked on Astra's still form. The patches of human-like pigmentation on her exoskeleton had expanded, creating an intricate pattern across her body. He felt a pull toward her that transcended the physicality awareness of her presence that hummed in his mind despite her unconscious state. A sharp clicking sound drew his attention to the other side of the chamber, where a Nasset medical officer addressed a tall, regal female with aristocratic markings. "Contamination protocols dictate separate treatment facilities," the medical officer insisted, mandibles flexing in agitation. "The human must be transferred." "Your objection is noted and dismissed," replied the aristocratic Nasset. Her bioluminescent patterns flared with authority. "By right of Clan Shivara and the medical authority vested in me, I declare Lieutenant Craig Simpson under aristocratic protection through his bond with Healer Astra." The medical officer's antennae flattened in submission, though his posture remained rigid as he retreated. Shivara, Craig recognized her from Astra's memories. You're her mentor. Shivara approached Craig, her movements fluid and precise. And you are the human who has achieved what generations of scientists believed impossible. She examined the faint blue luminescence now visible beneath his skin. You've incorporated nascent bioluminescent compounds into your cellular structure. Where are we? Craig asked, taking in the ornate chamber with its LEDRG light walls. The Royal Medical Bay aboard Crax's Glory, Dr. Nairsh explained. The first human ever permitted here. He glanced at the monitoring equipment. We're establishing new protocols with every minute you're stable. The ship suddenly shuddered, lights flickering momentarily as the distant boom of weapons fire penetrated even the insulated medical chamber. Status report, Shivara commanded, touching a communication panel on the wall. Eclipse forces continue their assault, reported a NASAT tactical officer. They've targeted our starboard medical section specifically. Commander Reeves and Subcommander Vexkar are coordinating defense from the strategic command post. Craig swung his legs over the edge of the platform, resting his balance. I need to help with the defense. Impossible, Dr. Nairsh moved to block him. Your biological transformation is still ongoing. We don't understand the full implications. Something's happening, Craig interrupted, his attention drawn to Astra. On the monitor above her, neural activity spiked dramatically. Craig felt it too, a surge of awareness through their bond. Without conscious thought, he crossed the room to her side and took her hand. The moment their skin connected, Astra's eyes opened, her bioluminescence pulsing in perfect synchronization with the patterns now visible on Craig's forearm. Craig, she whispered, mandibles moving softly. I felt you calling. Their linked hands glowed at the point of contact, the light spreading up Craig's arm and across Astra's exoskeleton. Medical alarms activated as the monitoring equidoctor, NT registered unprecedented readings. Neural synchronization at 87%, Dr. Nairsh reported, staring at the readouts in disbelief. That's not possible across different species. Shivara moved closer, her scientific curiosity overriding protocol. The ancient texts mention the theoretical possibility of compatible neural structures between evolved species, but it was dismissed as heretical speculation. A violent explosion rocked the ship, far closer than the previous impacts. Emergency lights activated as the main illumination faltered. Direct hit to adjacent corridor, announced the shipwide alert system. Medical section breach imminent. Emergency protocols engaging. Craig reacted without thinking. As the far wall of the chamber buckled from explosive decompression in the corridor beyond, he positioned himself between Astra and the breach, shielding her body with his own. The automated emergency systems activated, slamming containment fields into place, but not before Craig felt the burning cold of vacuum against his exposed skin. Alarms blared as the chamber sealed itself, atmospheric pressure stabilizing. Craig called Doctor D onto Astra's platform, gasping from the brief exposure. Med team, we need support, Dr. Nairsh called, rushing to examine Craig's injuries. Unnecessary, Shivara said quietly, pointing to Craig's damaged skin. Where the vacuum had burned him, blue-tinged luminescence spread across the injured tissue. Before their eyes, new skin formed. GL Doctor, NG with patterns identical to Astra's distinctive aristocratic markings. He's healing himself, Dr. Nairsh whispered, using her genetic expressions. Astra sat up, her strength returning rapidly now that Craig was near. She placed her hand on his chest, her touch sending visible waves of light across his healing skin. Our physiologies have adapted to each other. The chamber's main screens Doctor activated, displaying Commander Reeves and a NASAT officer, presumably Vexkar, in the adjacent command center. Dr. Nairsh, what's the status of our patients? Reeves asked, his expression tense but controlled, conscious and recovering at unprecedented rates, Nairsh reported. The breach didn't compromise their treatment chamber. Vexcar's mandibles clicked rapidly. The Eclipse forces are specifically targeting this medical bay. Their attack pattern suggests knowledge of the patient's location. They want to eliminate the evidence, Craig said, standing beside Astra now. We're living proof their genetic purity ideology is based on lies. Through the viewport in the sealed chamber, they could see the battle raging in space. What caught Craig's attention wasn't the traditional formation of human and Nasset vessels fighting separately, but a small group of fighterstwo-human, two Nasset flying in perfect coordination against Eclipse interceptors. The pilots who protected our escape pod, Astra observed. They've formed a mixed squadron. Reeves nodded. Captain Rogers and Ziv of House Kralta have established the first joint tactical unit. Their success rate against Eclipse fighters exceeds our traditional formations by 43%. Other pilots are attempting to replicate their methods, Vexcar added, his tone suggesting cautious approval. The Eclipse targeting algorithms cannot predict the combined maneuvers. A medical officer interrupted with an urgent message for Shivara, speaking in rapid aristocratic Nasset that the translators couldn't fully process. Shivara's bioluminescence flared in what Craig recognized as surprise. "What is it?" Astra asked in her native dialect. "Eclipse reinforcements," Shivara replied gravely. "A fleet 3 times larger than our combined forces is approaching the system." "How is that possible?" Reeves demanded. "Our intelligence indicated they didn't have that kind of firepower." Craig and Astra exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them through their strengthened bond. "They're throwing everything they have at us," Craig said. "Because they know what we represent. The end of their control," Astra finished. "If humans and Nasset can doctor-apt to each other biologically, then every justification for the century of conflict falls apart," Craig completed. Dr. Nairsh studied the medical readouts. "You've both stabilized enough that isolation protocols can be reduced. I recommend transferring you to the main medical bay where we have better equipment for further study." "No," Shivara countered. "The sealed environment has accelerated their adaptation. Breaking that isolation now could interrupt the process." She turned to address Craig and Astra directly. "Whatever changes are occurring between you may be our only advantage against what's coming." The ship shuddered under another barrage of weapons fire. Through their bond, Craig felt Astra's dedication rising to match his own. Their shared awareness extended beyond words now, creating a sense of unified purpose that neither had experienced before. As the battle intensified outside, the treatment chamber became a sanctuary of transformation. Within its sealed environment, Craig and Astra moved closer together, drawn by the biological changes reshaping them both. The light emanating from Craig's skin responded to his emotions, brightening as Astra traced the patterns with her fingers. "I can control it," he realized, focusing his thoughts to direct the bioluminescence. The lights pulsed in coordinated waves matching his intent. "And I can suppress mine," Astra demonstrated, the glow of her aristocratic markings dimming to near invisibility, an ability previously thought impossible for her species. Their explorations continued, mapping the changes in each other's bodies with increasing intimacy. Each touch heightened their awareness, their neural links strengthening as physical barriers between species dissolved. The monitors recorded every interaction, data streaming to Shivara's private research console, where she documented the unprecedented compatibility. Outside, the combined human Nasset force prepared to face an enemy that threatened not just their lives, but the possibility of a future neither species had imagined possible until now. Moment. The urgent tactical situation demanded immediate attention, but the transformation occurring between them represented something equally vital. The massive viewscreen in the chamber displayed the approaching Eclipse reinforcement fleet, a swarm of vessels, 3 times larger than their combined forces. The sheer number of enemy ships cast a pall of dread over the command staff visible in the background of the transmission. "Consolidate all vessels around Krax's glory," Commander Reeves ordered, his voice firm despite the odds. "Priority protection for the medical sections." Vexgar clicked his agreement. "All Nasat vessels, form defensive pattern Kraush-Vex. Human vessels will integrate at coordinates being transmitted now." Craig watched the tactical display, recognizing the unprecedented nature of the order. Never before had human and Nasat ships formed a unified defensive formation. The Eclipse fleet's approach slowed momentarily, their tactical systems visibly recalibrating to account for the unexpected maneuver. "Their combat algorithms can't predict our combined movements," Craig noted, pointing to hesitation patterns in the enemy advance. Astra nodded. "Eclipse strategic doctrine relies on historical combat data. No such data exists for human Nasat coordinated defense." On the tactical display, a small group of fighterstwo human, 2 NASA executed a complex series of maneuvers that scattered an Eclipse attack wing. Captain Rogers' voice came through the comms. "Mixed squadron reporting successful engagement. Their targeting systems can't lock onto our combined flight patterns." Shivara studied the medical readings still streaming from Craig and Astra's biosensors. "Doctor, ilots show early neural synchronization patterns. Nothing approaching your level of integration but significant nonetheless." Dr. Nairsh approached with fresh bioscan results. "Your recovery has exceeded all projections. Look at this." The doctor displayed holographic representations of their current physiology. Craig's skin now permanently exhibited subtle blue patterns that pulsed with his heartbeat. Astra's exoskeleton showed expanded patches of human-like coloration in symmetric patterns. "Your hormonal systems have adapted to recognize each other's pheromones," Nairsh explained, highlighting biochemical markers in both their bloodstreams. "The compatibility is unprecedented." Craig felt a wave of heat flood his body as Astra moved closer. The proximity triggered an immediate physiological response that the monitoring systems dutifully recorded. Astra's antennae quivered slightly, her own body responding to his nearness. "The data we're collecting is invaluable," Shivara observed, tactfully ignoring the obvious tension between them. "But circumstances force our hand. We must unseal the chamber." The transparent barrier that had isolated their treatment area retracted with a soft hiss. Fresh air circulated through the room, bringing with it the scent of ozone and emergency systems. "Status report," Craig requested as they stepped into the main medical bay. "Critical," Vexgar replied through the comms. "Captain Harrington and Second Matriarch Tilara are struggling to maintain cohesive defense. The Eclipse numbers are overwhelming our tactical positioning." Craig studied the battle display, his mind processing the information with unexpected clarity. He recognized weaknesses in the Eclipse formation insights clearly drawn from Astra's military memories shared during their consciousness merger. "Their port flank overextends when they execute their pincer movement," he identified, highlighting the section on the tactical display. Simultaneously, Astra pointed to vulnerabilities in their own defensive structure. "Our combined fleet positioning leaves a periodic gap in Sector 7. The Eclipse commanders haven't noticed it yet, but they will." Commander Reeves exchanged a glance with Vexgar. "How did you identify that weakness?" "It's based on human acceleration limitations that Nasat tactical officers wouldn't typically account for. The same way I recognized the Eclipse vulnerability," Craig answered. "Our minds have shared tactical knowledge." Craig and Astra quickly outlined a revolutionary battle strategy leveraging the complementary strengths of both species. Their plan required real-time coordination between human adaptability and Nasat precision that had never been attempted in combat. "Implementation requires direct access to command systems," Astra concluded, We need to relocate to the command center. Vexgar's mandibles clicked in agitation. The command center is sacred space. No human has ever. Exceptional circumstances demand exceptional measures, interrupted a senior NASAT officer with aristocratic markings. I support Healer Astra's authority in this matter. Several other aristocratic officers signaled their agreement with bioluminescent pulses. Vexgar relented with a formal gesture of acceptance. Follow me, he instructed, leading them through corridors bearing signs of battle damage. The journey to the command center took them past mixed security teams of humans and NASAT coordinating defense preparations. Craig noted how they had already begun adapting their tactics to complement each other's natural capabilities. The massive doors to the command center parted, revealing a space unlike anything Craig had ever experienced. The walls, floor, and ceiling pulsed with living bioluminescence, creating an environment optimized for NASAT perception. Information flowed through light patterns that shifted and changed faster than human eyes could track. Craig staggered as his senses overloaded. The intensity of the light patterns assaulted his consciousness, creating a disorienting flood of information his brain couldn't process. Astra immediately took his hand. At her touch, the chaos determination into comprehensible patterns. Her contact enabled his adapted nervous system to filter and interpret the NASAT sensory environment. Focus through our connection, she guided him. Let your adapted neurons follow the pathways I'm showing you. The NASAT officers watched with visible shock as Craig straightened, his eyes tracking the information flows with growing comprehension. His skin's bioluminescent patterns synchronized with the command center's ambient lighting, creating a visual representation of his adaptation. Remarkable, whispered a senior tactical officer. An alarm sounded, drawing attention to the main tactical display. The Eclipse flagship, identified as the Purifier, had launched specialized assault craft on an intercept trajectory with Krax's glory. Boarding vessels, Vexgar announced. Multiple breach points predicted. The security channel activated. Security teams to all potential breach locations. Human and NASAT personnel will coordinate defense. Craig and Astra joined Vexgar and Commander Reeves at the tactical station. Together they tracked the approaching boarding craft, identifying likely entry points and coordinating defensive resources. These aren't standard assault vessels, Craig noted, studying their configuration. The energy signatures suggest specialized equipment. Astra's antennae twitched in alarm. And specialized troops. These readings match enhanced Eclipse soldier patterns, genetically engineered units. They're coming specifically for you too, Reeves concluded grimly. The first impact shuddered through the ship as boarding vessels attached to the hull. Breach alarms wailed across multiple decks. Security teams engaging at breach points, reported the tactical officer. Mixed human NASAT units showing effective coordination. The command center's displays showed the defending forces adapting to each other's capabilities, providing versatile responses to changing situations, while NASAT troops executed precision maneuvers that complemented human positions. A proximity alert sounded on the command deck itself. A group of Eclipse commandos had breached the secure corridor leading directly to their position. They've penetrated our primary defenses, Vexgar announced, drawing a ceremonial weapon. All command staff prepare for close quarters defense. Craig and Astra exchanged a glance, silent communication passing between them. Without words, they moved to positions flanking the main entrance, intuitively coordinating their movements. The doors buckled under a concentrated explosion. Through the smoke, armored figures charged forward, Eclipse commandos in specialized combat gear. Their armor distinguished them as elite units with specific genetic enhancements. Craig moved with unexpected speed, his reflexes enhanced beyond normal human capability. He intercepted the first commando, using adapted NASAT combat techniques that no human should have known. Simultaneously, Astra engaged another attacker with a fluid combination of movements that incorporated human combat principles. They fought side by side, their actions perfectly synchronized. When a commando targeted Astra with a specialized weapon that released a green mist, Craig pulled her aside with precognitive timing. The toxin calibrated for aristocratic Nasat physiology dissipated harmlessly against the bulkhead. Moments later, Astra's natural sensory capabilities detected the high-pitched whine of neural disruptors designed to incapacitate humans. She pushed Craig down as the invisible wave passed overhead, then disabled the device with precisely aimed strikes. Their integrated fighting style human adaptability merged with Nasat precision confounded the Eclipse commandos, who had trained to counter either species individually, but not their combined capabilities. As they dispatched the last attacker, a different alarm screamed through the ship. The environmental monitors flashed red across all decks. "Life support compromise," called out an environmental officer. "Specialized charges detected in atmospheric processors." The effects were immediate. Both human and Nasat crew members began coughing and disorienting as contaminated air flooded through the ventilation systems. Craig and Astra exchanged a glance, both recognizing they remained unaffected while others struggled around them. "Our adapted biology," Craig realized. "We need to reach environmental control," Astra stated, already moving toward the exit. They navigated through corridors where crew members of both species struggled with respiratory distress. Craig noticed he could breathe normally despite atmospheric readings that should have been toxic to humans. Similarly, Astra functioned despite oxygen levels that had dropped below Nasat tolerance thresholds. They reached environmental control to find the technicians incapacitated. Working together, they implemented emergency countermeasures, purging the contaminated atmosphere and restoring life support parameters. As the ship's environment stabilized, the tactical situation outside created an unexpected opportunity. The Eclipse flagship purifier had moved closer to coordinate the boarding assault, bringing it within range of detailed sensor scans. "These energy readings," Astra said, studying the sensor data. "They match descriptions in ancient aristocratic text-forbidden technology for neural manipulation." Craig recognized the transmission patterns from his intelligence background, similar to classified human experiments abandoned decades ago. These are AI systems designed for neural control. Their combined knowledge revealed the truth. Admiral Winters and Supreme Overlord Cracks were being controlled by implants connected to a central network aboard the purifier. "If we disable that network," Craig began, "we could end this conflict without further bloodshed," Astra finished. They formulated a high-risk planet infiltration mission targeting the purifier's neural control center. Only their unique biology would allow them to interface with both human and NASA technology aboard the enemy flagship. The plan was presented to Captain Harrington and Second Matriarch T. Lara via secure communication. Despite clear reservations, both leaders recognized it as their only viable option against overwhelming numbers. "Authorization granted," Harrington confirmed. "May whatever gods exist watch over you both." Before their departure, Shivara insisted on performing an ancient ritual. "The bonding of Cavaltur," she explained, "traditionally reserved for aristocratic pairs facing mortal danger." In a small chamber adjacent to the launch bay, Shivara applied specialized compounds to their skin where their bodies naturally connected. The substances enhanced their bioluminescence, creating visible patterns that extended between them. "The ceremony strengthens your natural bond," Shivara explained as energy patterns manifested around them, intertwining in complex formations that represented their unified consciousness. Human officers watched in fascination as the ritual continued, the light surrounding Craig and Astra pulsing with increasing intensity. Craig felt his awareness of Astra expand exponentially. Her sensory input became accessible to him with perfect clarity, and he sensed she experienced the same connection to his perceptions. The tactical advantages were immediately apparent, but equally powerful was the emotional and physical intimacy that flooded through their enhanced connection. Each felt the other's growing desire, the biochemical attraction between their adapted bodies intensifying to nearly overwhelming levels. The ceremony complete, they boarded the specialized insertion craft, a hybrid vessel incorporating both human and NASA technology. As the launch sequence initiated, Craig took the pilot's position, his enhanced reflexes ideally suited to navigating through the chaotic battlefield. Astra coordinated the defense systems, her precision enhanced by human cognitive adaptations that allowed her to anticipate attack patterns with unprecedented accuracy. Combined fleet initiating coordinated attack, reported tactical control, creating diversion for your approach. The insertion craft launched into battle. Craig piloted with instinctive skill, threading through weapons fire with maneuvers that combined human improvisation with NASA mathematical precision. Astra anticipated threats milliseconds before they manifested, activating countermeasures with perfect timing. Their complementary abilities allowed them to identify and exploit a weakness in the Purifier's defensive screen. As they approached the Eclipse flagship's vulnerable section, the immediate danger heightened their awareness of each other. Craig felt Astra's elevated heart rate, the rush of chemicals through her system matching his own adrenaline surge. The ceremonial enhancements amplified their physical connection, creating a feedback loop of sensation between them. In the brief moment before they reached their attachment point, Craig turned to Astra. Words were unnecessary. Their consciousness link conveyed everything between them. Their hands met, bioluminescent patterns flaring at the contact. The insertion craft secured itself to the Purifier's hull with a metallic thunk. Atmospheric seals engaged as they prepared for the most dangerous phase of their mission. "Ready?" Craig asked, though he already felt her determined response through their bond. "Together," Astra confirmed, checking the specialized equipment they would need to disable the neural control network. They moved toward the airlock, their bodies brushing in the confined space, each touch sending cascades of sensation through their enhanced connection. Beyond the hull of their small craft waited the heart of Eclipse power and potentially the key to ending a century of conflict between their species, while the other's words formed in their consciousness. They moved forward together, their steps aligned in perfect rhythm. The emergency maintenance hatch yielded to their combined efforts, Craig's strength providing the initial torque, while Astra's precise manipulation of the locking mechanism disabled the security protocols. They secured their insertion craft to the Purifier's hull using specialized magnetic clamps, engaging stealth protocols to mask its energy signature from Eclipse detection systems. "This architecture," Craig whispered as they entered the first corridor. The interior of the Eclipse flagship presented a disorienting fusion of design philosophistic human military angles, giving way to curved, bioluminescent NASA pathways. Light panels pulsed with patterns that seemed to shift between human and NASA communication protocols. "It's purposely built to compartmentalize," Astra observed. Each section optimized for one species and inhospitable to the other. They encountered their first environmental barrier within minute a corridor section, configured for NASA physiology with oxygen levels too low for standard human survival. Craig stepped forward without hesitation, his adapted respiratory system processing the thin atmosphere without difficulty. "Your oxygen saturation is at 98%, Astra noted through their link, the data flowing naturally into his awareness. "And your radiation tolerance is holding," Craig responded as they approached a human-descent engineering junction where the background radiation would normally harm nascent tissue. Their advance halted at the sound of approaching footsteps. Craig pulled Astra into a recessed alcove, their bodies pressing together in the narrow space. The contact intensified their sensory connection, expanding their awareness to include a full corridor in both directions. Patrol approaching from Section 8. 3 guards, 2 human, 1 nascent, Astra processed, the information transferring directly to Craig's consciousness. Secondary route through Maintenance Shaft 4, Craig responded, accessing Astra's knowledge of nascent vessel architecture to identify an alternative path. They navigated through the purifier's complex interior, avoiding most security checkpoints through their shared multisensory awareness. When they encountered an unavoidable security station, Craig straightened his posture and adopted the distinctive bearing of nascent aristocracy movements and mannerisms absorbed from Astra's memories. Astra simultaneously accessed human military protocols from Craig's intelligence training, her fingers dancing across the security terminal with precise keystrokes that mimicked high-level human authorization patterns. The Eclipse security systems hesitated, their algorithms detecting both human and nascent command signatures simultaneously. In that moment of computational confusion, Craig and Astra slipped through the checkpoint. Their systems are programmed to identify either human or nascent infiltration methods, Craig observed as they cleared the checkpoint. Our hybrid approach creates a blind spot. 3 decks below command level, they located their target massive reinforced doors marked with both human and nascent warning symbols. The neural control chamber. This is it, Astra whispered, her antennae quivering with anticipation. Craig placed his palm against the biometric scanner while Astra interfaced with the nascent recognition patterns. The doors parted with a pneumatic hiss, revealing their objective. The chamber extended before them in a perfect sphere, its walls lined with monitoring stations and data interfaces. At its center, suspended in a gravity-free column, hung a massive crystalline structure repulsing with internal light that shifted between human neural patterns and nascent cognitive wavelengths. Thousands of glowing filaments extended from the structure to data nodes throughout the chamber. Each monitoring console displayed connections to senior officials from both species. Admiral Winter's neural output prominently featured alongside Supreme Overlord Krax's brain patterns. They were right, Craig breathed, scanning the displays. The Eclipse Directive has been controlling leadership on both sides. For generations, Astra added, her gaze fixed on historical data scrolling across a nearby terminal. They've systematically implanted key military and political positions in both civilizations for decades. Before they could approach the central column, a high-pitched whine filled the chamber. Panels slid open in the curved walls, revealing previously concealed compartments. Sleek, armored drones emerged, their design incorporating elements of both human and NASA technology. Hunter-killers, Craig identified, recognizing their configuration. Specialized combat units. The first drone released a targeted sonic pulse that struck Astra directly. The bioluminescent patterns across her skin flickered chaotically, disrupting her neural processes. Simultaneously, another drone projected an invisible field that attacked Craig's adapted nervous system, sending cascades of pain through his body. They've calibrated their weapons specifically for our biology, Astra gasped, retreating behind a support column. Craig dove for cover as energy lances pierced the air where he had stood. One lance caught his shoulder, burning through his tactical gear and into flesh. The wound instantly flared with familiar blue-green light, Astra's distinctive healing bioluminescence emerging from his own tissue. Craig, Astra called, her voice tight with concern. I'm regenerating, he responded in surprise, watching the wound already beginning to close. Your healing compounds, my body is producing them independently. A targeted flash overloaded Astra's optical nerves, temporarily blinding her. She staggered, disoriented, but her vision cleared far faster than normal NASET recovery times would allow. My cellular repair is accelerating, she realized. Your human regenerative genetics have integrated with my systems. The drones adjusted their attack patterns, forcing Craig and Astra to separate. Craig rolled beneath a console, drawing fire away from Astra's position. She moved in the opposite direction, utilizing her smaller frame to access a maintenance conduit. The moment they lost physical proximity, both experienced immediate physiological distress. Craig's heart rate spiked, his breathing became labored, and his neural functions showed signs of disruption. The tactical sensors in his gear recorded similar symptoms in Astra's bioreadings. Shivara was right, Craig gasped through their mental link. The bond is creating biological dependency. When a drone formation blocked his view of Astra, Craig's distress intensified to near panic. He vaulted over a barrier, taking unnecessary risks to re-establish visual contact. 3 drones targeted him simultaneously, their energy lances converging on his position. Craig ducked and rolled, sustaining minor burns across his back. He spotted Astra in an alcove 20 meters away, her expression mirroring his relief as their eyes met. He sprinted toward her, evading drone fire with enhanced reflexes. As they reunited in the partially protected space, their bodies collided with desperate intensity. The contact triggered an involuntary energy release, Craig's adapted skin glowing with borrowed NASET patterns, while Astra's natural illumination brightened to unprecedented levels. The sudden burst of bioelectric energy disrupted the nearest drone's targeting systems, creating a momentary advantage. "Did you feel that?" Craig asked, his hand clasping Astra's. "Our bioluminescence's becoming an offensive capability," she confirmed, her antennae vibrating with excitement. "If we synchronize our emotional states." They pressed their bodies together, consciously aligning their breathing and heartbeats. Their skin contact points flared with coordinated light patterns, generating pulse waves that interfered with the drone's electronic systems. "It's working," Craig observed as the nearest drones faltered, their movements becoming erratic. They advanced toward the central neural network, their synchronized bioluminescence creating a protective field around them. Each drone that penetrated their perimeter suffered cascading system failures, its targeting algorithms confused by the unprecedented biological signals. As they approached the control column, the chamber's main doors slid open. Captain Maxwell strode in, flanked by an elite squadron of Eclipse guards. Unlike the cybernetically enhanced soldiers they had encountered previously, these guards appeared normal except for their eyes, which glowed with the same unnatural luminescence they had observed in Admiral Winters. "Fascinating specimens," Maxwell said, his voice clinically detached as he surveyed Craig and Astra. "The very abominations our work was designed to prevent." The guards formed a perimeter, their weapons trained on the pair. Unlike the previous Eclipse forces, these soldiers moved with focused precision and unwavering dedication. "The next generation," Maxwell explained, noting their attention. "True believers who volunteered for neural modification, not conscript zealots. You've been maintaining this war deliberately," Craig stated, his eyes fixed on the neural network behind Maxwell. "A necessary firewall between species fundamentally incompatible at the genetic level." Maxwell gestured toward them with apparent disgust. "Your adaptation represents the very contamination we fought a century to prevent." As Maxwell spoke, Craig noticed the crystalline structure pulsing more intensely whenever the captain expressed emotional revulsion toward them. The neural network's response patterns shifted in direct correlation to Maxwell's emotional states. "The most elegant aspect of Eclipse," Maxwell continued, "is that it never existed as a unified organization. Parallel movements within both civilizations, connected only at the highest levels. Radical scientific factions who independently reached identical conclusions about genetic purity. Through their link, Craig transmitted his observation about the network's emotional sensitivity to Astra. Her immediate understanding flowed back to him. If the system responded to emotional states, their unique bond might provide an attack vector conventional methods couldn't match. Craig's hand tightened around a concealed emergency flare from their insertion craft. With a subtle nod to Astra, he activated it, flooding the dimly lit chamber with blinding light. The guards, accustomed to the chamber's controlled illumination, recoiled momentarily. Astra seized the distraction to access an auxiliary control panel, her fingers dancing across the interface. Warning klaxons sounded as emergency decompression protocols activated in adjacent compartments. Several guards abandoned their positions to address the life support crisis. The remaining guards concentrated their fire on Craig, who used his enhanced reflexes to evade their precision shots while steadily retreating toward the central column. He sustained glancing wounds that immediately began healing with Astra's bioluminescent properties now integrated into his biology. They reached each other at the base of the neural network control column, their reunion triggering another surge of bioelectric energy. The wave struck Maxwell directly, disrupting his neural implant and causing him to stagger in visible pain. "Now," Craig urged as guards closed in from all directions. They embraced fully, pressing their bodies together to maximize skin contact. Their vital functions synchronized completely identical heartbeats, matching respiratory patterns, and neural activities aligning into a single unified biological system. The unprecedented level of shared bioluminescence generated complex light formations that had never been documented in either species. These patterns interacted directly with the crystalline neural network, creating cascading disruptions throughout the system. "Stop them," Maxwell shouted, recovering enough to recognize the threat. "Separate them at any cost." The first guard to reach them grabbed Craig's shoulder, attempting to pull them apart. The contact with their synchronized bioelectric field overloaded his neural implant instantly. He collapsed, his body convulsing as his control systems failed. Emergency alerts activated throughout the purifier as the central system began losing control of connected implants. Status displays showed command chains breaking down across both fleets as the neural network deteriorated. Maxwell overrode his own neural safety protocols, his movements becoming unnaturally fast as he accessed enhanced combat capabilities. He advanced toward them, his eyes glowing with intensified luminescence. "Machinery versus evolution," Astra observed through their link as Maxwell approached. The chamber's automated systems initiated evacuation protocols, emergency lighting guiding paths to escape pods. Maxwell gestured to his remaining guards to retreat while he accessed a protected terminal. "Self-destruct sequence initiated," announced the ship's AI. "Reactor containment protocols disengaging. All personnel evacuate immediately." Craig and Astra remained locked in their embrace as the neural network approached critical failure. Through their connection, they sensed thousands of implants throughout both fleets shutting down as the control system collapsed. Power fluctuations rippled through the chamber as the purifier's reactor began an unstable cycle. Status displays warned of potential catastrophic failure that would threaten all vessels in the vicinity. Maxwell backed toward an emergency exit, his gaze fixed on them with hatred. "Choose wisely, abominations. Stop me or save the fleets. You can't do both." The decision crystallized between them. Pursue Maxwell to prevent his escape or complete the disruption of the neural network. The ship shuddered around them as the reactor's instability increased, forcing an immediate choice neither had anticipated. Both. The word formed in their shared consciousness before either spoke it aloud. Craig locked eyes with Astra. "We finish the network first, Then pursue Maxwell. Astra nodded, her antennae flexing in agreement. They pressed closer together, intensifying their biological connection at the base of the neural control column. Their synchronized bioluminescence pulsed outward with increasing intensity, targeting the crystalline structure with waves of bioenergy that electromagnetic systems could never replicate. The first fracture appeared near the apex of the columnar hairline crack that leaked pale blue light. It spread rapidly downward, branching into intricate patterns that mirrored the neural pathways of both human and nascent physiology. "It's working," Craig said, his voice tight as he maintained their connection. Status displays around the chamber flickered chaotically between human standard brightness and nascent comfortable dimness. The ship system struggled to maintain cohesion as the central command architecture disintegrated. Through their shared perception, they sensed thousands of neural connections throughout both fleets severing simultaneously. Each broken link represented an implanted official suddenly freed from decades of control. The crystalline network darkened section by section, the luminescent energy fading as connections failed. A visible wave of deactivation spread through the structure, accelerating as it progressed. The purifier shuddered violently. Emergency klaxons shifted pitch, transforming from controlled warnings to genuine distress signals. "Reactor containment compromised," announced the ship's AI, its voice fluctuating between multiple language protocols. "All personnel evacuate immediately. Repeat, all personnel evacuate immediately." A distant explosion rocked the vessel, the shock wave traveling through the deck plates beneath them. The lighting flickered, emergency circuits straining to maintain power. "We need to go," Craig said, reluctantly breaking their physical connection as the last sections of the neural network went dark. Astra's antennae quivered, analyzing the vibrations traveling through the structure. "The reactor destabilization is progressing faster than standard emergency protocols can contain." They moved toward the exit, Astra leading them through a maintenance access route she had identified during their earlier exchange. The corridor beyond was in chaos, emergency bulkheads deploying at random intervals as the ship's systems lost cohesion. They encountered a group of Eclipse personnel stumbling in confusion, their neural implants now inactive. The soldiers looked at Craig and Astra with bewilderment rather than hostility. "What is happening?" one asked, her hand pressed against the neural port at her temple. "Where are we?" "The purifier is destabilizing," Craig answered, not breaking stride. "Get to the escape pods." The artificial gravity wavered as they entered a junction corridor, suddenly dropping to zero. Craig and Astra adapted instantly, their physiologies compensating for the change. They pushed off from a wall panel, propelling themselves through the weightless section. Gravity returned with crushing force 2 sections later, nearly doubling standard pressure. Craig's augmented muscles strained under the load while Astra's exoskeleton creaked audibly. "This way," she guided, her natural bioluminescence providing illumination as the emergency lighting failed. A partially deployed bulkhead blocked their path. Craig planted his feet, muscles tensing as he gripped the edge of the heavy metal barrier. His enhanced strength allowed him to create just enough space for Astra to slip through. She immediately activated the manual override on the other side, giving him room to follow. The ship's communication system broadcast fragmented messages, confused orders, and bewildered questions from crew members suddenly freed from implant control. "Main shuttle bay is 2 levels down," Craig noted, consulting the ship schematic they had memorized before insertion. A secondary explosion tore through a nearby power conduit. Superheated plasma erupted from a ruptured cooling line, blocking their primary route. Astra quickly recalculated, her antennae twitching as she processed alternative pathways. "Tertiary maintenance shaft," she decided, pointing to an access panel. The narrow shaft dropped them directly into the shuttle bay's upper observation level. Below, They saw the final stages of evacuation. Only a handful of shuttles remained in their docking cradles. The bay's massive doors cycled open and closed as vessels departed, the automated system struggling to maintain proper sequence. "Maxwell," Craig scanned the remaining personnel. "Already gone," Astra confirmed, her enhanced vision identifying the remaining crew members. "These are mostly technical staff." They descended to the main deck, no longer needing to conceal their presence. The remaining Eclipse personnel were focused entirely on escape, barely registering the unusual pair moving among them. A lone shuttle remained powered at the far end of the bay, its engines cycling through pre-launch diagnostics. As they approached, the laboratory section adjacent to the shuttle bay erupted in a shower of sparks. Emergency containment fields activated around damaged research equipment. A human female emerged from the smoke, her lab coat singed and torn. Her movements were jerky, uncoordinated, as though fighting against her own body. Craig recognized the neural implant at her temple more elaborate than those they had seen on soldiers, with multiple connection points extending beneath her hairline. "Specimens will not escape," she stated flatly, activating a console near the laboratory entrance. "Initiating quarantine protocol." Automated defense turrets deployed from ceiling recesses, targeting systems locking onto Craig and Astra's unique biosignatures. Craig pulled Astra behind a cargo loader as the first barrage of containment fire struck where they doctors stood. The specialized ammunition wasn't designed to kill, but to capture expanding foam rounds meant to immobilize rather than destroy. "Dr. Eleanor Phillips," Astra identified their attacker, recognizing her from intelligence files. "Senior geneticist, Eclipse Directive." The turrets adjusted their firing solution, attempting to flush them from cover. Craig rolled to a nearby research table, drawing fire while Astra circled toward a different position. Their practice maneuver placed Phillips between them, forcing her to divide her attention. A stray shot from one of the turrets struck a volatile research sample. The resulting explosion knocked Phillips forward, directly into the path of another containment round. The impact wasn't lethal, but the shock disrupted the connection to her neural implant. She collapsed, her body convulsing as the control interface malfunctioned. Craig approached cautiously, ready to disable her if necessary. Instead of attacking, Phillips looked up with newly lucid eyes. "What? Where am I?" Her voice had changed completely softer, confused, with a tremor that suggested great age despite her relatively youthful appearance. She touched the implant at her temple, wincing. "This isn't right. This was never supposed to." Her words trailed off as her gaze focused on Craig and Astra. "You're on the purifier," Craig explained, helping her to her feet as the ship trembled again. "And it's about to explode. We need to leave now." Phillips stared at them, particularly at the points where their physiologies showed signs of adaptation. "Impossible. The protocols were absolute. No viable combination should exist." "Yet here we stand," Astra replied. A structural support beam crashed down nearby, emphasizing the urgency of their situation. Phillips glanced at the laboratory, then at the shuttle. "My research data. I need it. It contains everything, the original studies, the unaltered results." Her voice strengthened with purpose. "Before they changed them, before they perverted everything." Craig exchanged a glance with Astra. Through their connection, they shared the same thought: Thigh's woman might hold crucial information. "Get what you need," Craig directed. "Quickly." Phillips moved with surprising efficiency to a secure data storage unit, bypassing its security with practiced gestures despite her semi-coherent state. She extracted a specialized data core, clutching it protectively. "This contains truth," she said. 90 years of truth they buried." The ship lurched violently. Status displays showed catastrophic failure spreading through multiple systems. The shuttle bay's outer doors began emergency closure procedures. "We need to go now," Astra urged, already moving toward the shuttle. They boarded the vessel as the bay's atmospheric containment fields fluctuated. The shuttle's systems responded to Philip's authorization codes, allowing immediate pre-launch bypass. Craig took the pilot's position, his adapted neural patterns integrating seamlessly with the hybrid control systems. The shuttle launched just as the bay decompressed behind them, the vacuum claiming loose equipment and pulling it into space. The Purifier's massive hull receded as Craig pushed the engines to maximum thrust, putting distance between them and the dying vessel. Through the viewports, they witnessed the unprecedented sight of human and NASA ships conducting joint rescue operations, recovering escape pods without regard for species. Confused communications filled all channels as ship commanders questioned their previous orders. "It's beautiful," Astra said quietly, watching former enemies become rescuers. Philip sat hunched in a rear compartment, her trembling hands cradling the data core. "I was the first," she murmured. "First volunteer, first success. They said it was for protection, studying biological incompatibilities, preventing contamination." Craig set the shuttle on a stable course away from the immediate battle zone, then turned his attention to Philip's. "You helped create the neural implant technology?" he asked. Phillips nodded, her eyes clearing slightly. "I was a geneticist, one of the first to study human-NASA biological interactions after contact. We found anomalies, potential adaptations." Her gaze fixed on the places where Craig's skin showed traces of Astra's bioluminescent patterns. "Like that, exactly like that." The shuttle's sensors chimed an alert. 3 unmarked vessels had appeared on an intercept course from the direction of the asteroid belt. Eclipse loyalists, Astra identified, analyzing their configuration. Heavy armaments, military-grade engines. "They want this," Phillips clutched the data core tighter. "And they want you both destroyed." "What's on that core?" Craig demanded. "Truth. The original research showed potential benefits, evolutionary advantages to limited genetic exchange between species, not contamination, adaptation." Phillips struggled to organize her thoughts. The military factions saw it differently. They saw control possibilities, keep the species separate, manipulate both sides, maintain balance of power. The pursuing vessels accelerated, their superior engines closing distance rapidly. Astra studied the navigation display, her antennae suddenly extending as she perceived something beyond the visual data. "Craig, the asteroid field," she said urgently. He looked at the display, seeing only standard navigational hazards. Then something shifted in his perception. Asteroids appeared different, their relationships more complex and dynamic. He realized he was seeing them through Astra's natural spatial awareness, his adapted neural pathways now interpreting her bioluminescent signals as navigational data. "I see it," he said, altering course toward a particularly dense cluster. The pursuing vessels adjusted to match, confident in their superior firepower. What they couldn't anticipate was Craig's newly enhanced perception ability to navigate pathways that appeared solid to standard sensors. Craig threaded the shuttle through gaps barely wider than their hull, following patterns only visible through Astra's perceptive abilities. The Eclipse vessels attempted to follow but lacked the necessary perception. One clipped an asteroid, sending it spinning out of control. The others pulled back, seeking alternate routes. The maneuver bought them time, but at a cost. Warning indicators flashed across the control panels as the shuttle's overtaxed engines lost efficiency. Life support systems switched to emergency reserves after taking damage from asteroid debris. "We can reach the research facility or return to the fleet," Craig announced, analyzing their remaining resources. "Not both. The facility will be guarded," Phillips warned, her lucidity increasing with distance from the Purifier. "Eclipse loyalists protecting decades of research." "Without evidence, the conspiracy could regroup," Craig countered. "There must be backup systems, contingency plans." Astra worked the communication array, her fingers moving rapidly across the interface. I have another option. Captain Rogers and Ziv led a mixed squadron. We could request extraction support before investigating the facility. Before they could decide, the communication array activated, incoming signals overriding their encryption protocols. Two faces appeared on the main display: Admiral Winters and Supreme Overlord Cracks. Craig reached for a weapon instinctively before realizing something was different. Both leaders' expressions had changed fundamentally. The rigid, almost mechanical precision of their previous communications had vanished. Now their faces showed emotion, confusion, pain, and dawning awareness. "Commander Craig," Winters spoke, his voice lacking the artificial resonance it had carried before. "We've been monitoring emergency channels. Your shuttle has been identified." "We require direct communication," Cracks added, his mandibles moving with natural fluidity rather than the measured precision of previous transmissions. "Without intermediaries." Phillips lurched forward, staring at the screen. "They're free," she whispered. "The primary control subjects have been released." "We were the first," Winters confirmed, his eyes haunted. "Not willing participants, victims. The first vessels for the Eclipse Directive. 90 years under control." Crax's antennae drooped in a profound display of Nasset grief. "Watching our bodies enforce policies our minds rejected." They requested a direct meeting at neutral coordinates, offering protective escorts from both fleets with mixed species crews as a demonstration of good faith. Before Craig could respond, Phillips collapsed into a seizure, her body convulsing as her implant continued degrading. Decades of neural integration were unraveling without the support systems of the Purifier's network. "She needs medical attention beyond our capabilities," Astra reported, attempting to stabilize the geneticist. The shuttle's damaged systems reported further degradation. Life support would fail completely within hours. Their options narrowed rapidly. Pursue the research facility and its guarded secrets, meet with the freed leaders who could immediately halt hostilities, or seek medical assistance for Phillips, who carried both crucial information and the only physical evidence of the conspiracy. Craig checked the pursuing vessel's positions on the sensor display. They had regrouped and were calculating an alternate intercept course. Time was running out for all options. "We need to decide," Astra said, her hand finding Craig's across the control console. Their touch sparked another small flash of shared bioluminescence, illuminating the darkening shuttle interior as its power reserves continued to fail. Craig's fingers tightened around the controls as he weighed their diminishing options. Life support indicators blinked amber warnings across the console. Phillips convulsed again in the rear compartment, her implant sending visible electrical discharges across her temple. "We can't reach the facility in time," Craig decided, meeting Astra's gaze. "Not with Phillips deteriorating this rapidly and our systems failing." Astra nodded, her antennae briefly touching Cry Doctor shoulder as she leaned forward to open a secure channel. "Admiral Winters, Supreme Overlord Cracks, we accept your proposal for a meeting. However, Dr. Phillips requires immediate medical intervention." "Understood," Admiral Winters replied, her voice carrying none of the artificial resonance that had characterized her previous communications. "Transmit her medical data to the mixed squadron approaching your position. Captain Rogers and Ziv have prepared specialized medical teams." Craig's fingers flew across the medical scanner, compiling Phillips' rapidly deteriorating vital signs and neural patterns. "Sending data now," he confirmed, watching the transmission status. "Her implant is breaking down without the Purifier's support network." "We have coordinates for a secure rendezvous," Cracks added, his mandibles moving with natural agitation that would have been suppressed under Eclipse control. "Equidistant between the Intrepid and my vessel, Crax's Glory." The navigation console displayed the coordinates, highlighting a point of space that would have been unthinkable just hours earlier: neutral territory between the fleet flagships. "Setting course," Craig confirmed, adjusting their trajectory. The shuttle limped through the expanding debris field of the destroyed purifier. Metal fragments glinted in the starlight, reflecting the catastrophic end of the conspiracy's central node. Status alarms increased in frequency as the shuttle's damaged system struggled to maintain minimum life support. In the rear compartment, Phillips thrashed against her restraints, her eyes rolling back. Astra moved quickly to her side, placing her bioluminescent hands on either side of Phillips' face. "What are you doing?" Craig asked, glancing back while navigating around a larger piece of hull debris. "Aristocratic healing technique," Astra explained, her skin pulsing with precise patterns of light. "It may stabilize her neural pathways temporarily." The technique visibly calmed Phillips, but Astra's antennae drooped slightly. "My abilities have limited effect on this Eclipse technology. The integration with her nervous system is too complex." Craig studied the shuttle's emergency medical equipment, his mind making connections that would have been impossible before his adaptation. He saw possibilities in the intersection between human medical technology and nascent biology. "Hand me that neural stabilizer," he directed, pulling a panel from beneath the pilot's console. "I think I can modify it to create a buffer system." His fingers worked with surprising confidence, reconfiguring circuits based on knowledge he shouldn't possess understanding of nascent neural pathways that had somehow transferred to him through his connection with Astra. Within minutes, he had constructed a makeshift device that combined the shuttle's human medical hardware with components inspired by nascent biotechnology. "This won't heal her," he cautioned, carefully attaching the device to Phillips' temple adjacent to the failing implant. "But it should slow the neural degradation." Phillips' convulsions eased to occasional tremors. Her breathing steadied, though her skin remained pale and clammy. The proximity alert chimed as they approached the rendezvous coordinates. Two small vessels appeared on the scanner roan bearing Earth Defense Force markings, the other displaying the distinctive patterns of Nasset Dominion aristocracy. "Scanning," Astra reported, her antennae extended toward the sensor array. "One life sign aboard each vessel, no weapons systems detected." Craig activated the shuttle's limited defensive capabilities nonetheless. "Let's maintain distance until we confirm identities." The three vessels established a triangular formation, each maintaining 20 meters of separation. Communication channels activated automatically, projecting holographic images of the occupants into the shuttle's cabin. Admiral Helena Winters appeared first, her transformation shocking despite their expectations. The rigid posture and cold, calculating expression that had defined her public appearances for decades had vanished. In their place was a woman who looked physically exhausted, her face lined with fatigue and emotion. Most notably, a fresh surgical wound was visible at her temple, where emergency procedures had removed the primary neural implant connection. Supreme Overlord Krax materialized beside her image, equally transformed. The aggressive bioluminescent patterns that typically flashed across his exoskeleton during official broadcasts now pulsed with the gentler, more contemplative rhythms associated with Nasset's scholarly meditation. He too bore evidence of recent surgery, with a section of his carapace near his central neural cluster clearly having been removed and resealed. "Commander Craig, Aristocrat Astra," Winters acknowledged, her voice carrying a weariness that had never been present in her public addresses. "Thank you for." Phillips suddenly seized again in the rear compartment, the buffer system failing as her condition deteriorated beyond its capacity to compensate. "She's critical," Astra reported, checking the medical scanner. "The implant's degradation is accelerating." Without hesitation, Winters leaned forward. "Bring her to the Intrepid immediately." "Our medical facilities, if human treatment proves ineffective," Krax interrupted. "I extend permission for your medical personnel to board Krax's Glory. Our biotechnology specialists have extensive experience with neural integration. Craig and Astra exchanged glances. The unprecedented offer of cross-species medical cooperation from both leaders, particularly Crax's willingness to allow humans aboard his flagship, convinced them of the leader's sincerity more than any words could have. "We accept," Craig confirmed, already adjusting course. "Please transmit docking instructions." "I've directed both fleets to establish a neutral medical station between our positions," Winters explained. "It's being prepared as we speak with specialists from both species." The shuttle approached a modular structure, rapidly assembling between the distant silhouettes of the Intrepid and Crax's Glory. Medical personnel in both human and NASA environmental suits worked in coordinated teams, a sight unprecedented in the century-long conflict. As they docked, Craig helped Astra lift Phillips onto a transport stretcher. The proximity between them caused their adaptations to react. Faint bioluminescent patterns briefly glowed beneath Craig's uniform collar, while Astra's exoskeleton displayed subtle human-like skin tones along her arms. The medical station's airlock cycled open, revealing a mixed team of human and NASA specialists. They quickly took charge of Phillips, transferring her to an emergency treatment chamber equipped with technology from both species. Admiral Winters and Supreme Overlord Crax arrived moments later, their small diplomatic vessels docking at adjacent ports. In person, their transformations were even more striking. Winters' movements lacked the machine-like precision that had defined her for years, while Crax's bioluminescence pulsed with emotional patterns long absent from his public appearances. Winters paused as she approached, her eyes fixing on the faint glow visible at Craig's collar. Crax's antennae extended in similar surprise as he noticed the human-like patches on his daughter's arms. "So it's true," Winters said quietly. "The adaptation is real." Crax's mandibles clicked softly, a sound of wonder in NASA expression. After all these years of enforced separation, nature finds its way. The growing crowd of medical personnel watched the exchange with undisguised curiosity. Winters gestured toward a doorway marked with both human and NASA security symbols. "We should speak privately," she suggested. "There's much to discuss, and our presence is drawing attention." Craig nodded, following the leaders with Astra at his side. Their hands brushed briefly in the corridor, causing another flash of shared bioluminescence that didn't go unnoticed by either Winters or Crax. The station's secure conference room sealed behind them, its walls lined with scanning technology from both species. As the door closed, both leaders seemed to relax visibly, no longer maintaining the composure required before their respective military personnel. 90 years, Winters said, her voice barely above a whisper. 90 years watching my own hands sign orders I screamed against inside my mind. Crax's bioluminescence dimmed to the patterns of deep mourning. I ordered the deaths of millions while trapped within myself, including, he turned to Astra, the isolation protocols that separated you from proper development. You were to be molded into a diplomatic weapon, not permitted natural growth. The medical scanners in the room activated automatically, documenting the continuing evolution of Craig and Astra's physiology. Data displays showed Craig's cellular structure incorporating elements of NASA bioluminescent properties, while Astra's respiratory system had partially reconfigured to process oxygen more efficiently like a human. When Craig reached for Astra's hand, the scanners recorded a significant increase in adaptation rates. Their bodies were essentially teaching each other how to change, exchanging biological information through direct contact. "This is exactly what they feared," Winters said, retrieving a data chip from her uniform pocket. "Before my implant was removed, I managed to extract this." The conference room's display activated, showing research dating back to first contact between humans and NASA. Early studies had documented potential adaptive responses in both species during sustained close interaction. The Eclipse Directive's primary objective was preventing this adaptation, Winters explained. The entire war was engineered to keep our species apart, to prevent what's happening between you two from becoming widespread. The implications stunned them into silence. A century of conflict, billions of lives lost, all to prevent the natural evolution they now embodied. Supreme Overlord Krax moved forward, his gaze fixed on his daughter and Craig. He studied the places where their physiologies had begun to merge, the visible evidence of adaptation that defied generations of Nasset genetic purity doctrine. "I have seen enough," he declared, straightening to his full height. His bioluminescence shifted to the formal patterns of royal decree. "As Supreme Overlord of the Nasset Dominion, I hereby rescind the ancient genetic purity laws. No Nasset shall be condemned for adaptation or relations with the human species." The declaration hung in the air, its magnitude almost incomprehensible after a century of enforced aeration between species. Before anyone could respond, the conference room's emergency channel activated. "Medical alert," a human doctor's voice announced. "Dr. Phillips has regained consciousness. She's asking for Commander Craig and Aristocrat Astra immediately." They hurried to the treatment chamber, where Phillips lay surrounded by medical equipment from both species. Her eyes were clear for the first time since her implant malfunctioned, though her voice remained weak. "Eclipse contingency protocols," she gasped, clutching Craig's arm. "Automated weapons platforms. 3 of them. Positioned throughout the system." Astra leaned closer. "What weapons platforms?" "Falsiflag operations," Phillips explained, her breathing labored. "Programmed to simulate unprovoked attacks against civilian targets if the purifier was destroyed. The countdown has already begun." "How long do we have?" Craig demanded. Phillips's gaze drifted to the medical chronometer on the wall. "Less than 6 hours before they trigger renewed warfare." Admiral Winters stepped forward immediately. "Where are these platforms located?" "I don't know exact coordinates," Phillips admitted. "That information was compartmentalized, but they're disguised as maintenance satellites in high-traffic areas." Winters and Krax exchanged glances, the weight of potential renewed conflict heavy between them. "We need a joint operation," Winters decided. "Immediate cooperation between our forces." Krax nodded. "The first official combined fleet action in our history. We'll need coordination officers who understand both species' tactical approaches," Winters added, her gaze shifting to Craig and Astra. "You two are uniquely qualified." Before Craig could respond, Phillips convulsed again, her neural implant discharging visible sparks. The medical equipment recorded an unexpected pattern in the electrical activity, something more organized than random degradation. "Those are coordinates," one of the Nasset medical technicians observed, antennae extended toward the neural scanner. "Embedded in the implant's discharge pattern," the human doctor confirmed. "It appears to be a location in the asteroid belt, could be significant." Phillips briefly regained consciousness. "The primary research facility," she whispered. "All the original data. Control systems for the platforms. Everything you need is there." The medical display showed her condition rapidly deteriorating again. The coordinates represented a dangerous expedition deep into the asteroid belt, far from the protection of either fleet, yet potentially holding the key to both disarming the Eclipse weapons and providing irrefutable evidence of the century-long conspiracy. Craig looked at Astra, both understanding the choice before them. Coordinate the immediate search for the 3 weapons platforms from the relative safety of the medical station, or undertake the dangerous journey to the Eclipse research facility themselves. The clock was ticking toward renewed warfare, with billions of lives hanging in the balance. "We need to go," Craig said, his decision made before the words left his mouth. He looked at Astra, who nodded in immediate agreement. Admiral Winters frowned. The weapons platform should be our priority. Every available vessel, with respect, Admiral, Craig interrupted. The research facility is the key. If we can access its systems, we might be able to deactivate all 3 platforms simultaneously instead of hunting them individually. Krax's bioluminescence shifted to patterns indicating strategic calculation. Commander Craig's assessment has merit. A centralized approach maximizes our limited time. Phillips struggled to speak from her medical bed. The facility contains override protocols and proof of everything. Winters and Krax exchanged glances, decades of animosity giving way to reluctant partnership. You'll need a specialized vessel, Winters said finally. Something neither human nor NASAT fleet sensors will immediately recognize. I can provide defensive systems typically reserved for aristocratic protection, Krax added, his mandibles clicking decisively. They are technically outside military protocols. Within 2 hours, Craig and Astra stood in the preparation chamber of Docking Bay 9, where technicians from both species worked at unprecedented speed to ready their vessel. The ship before them represented something entirely new, neither human nor NASAT in design, but a deliberate hybrid of both technologies. Shadow Courier, a human technician, announced, finalizing the designation in the registry. First, officially sanctioned joint technical project in our history. The vessel's sleek hull featured adaptive plating that could mimic common debris patterns within the asteroid belt. Its propulsion system combined human impulse technology Dr. NASAT gravitational manipulators, creating an engine signature that would register as background radiation to standard scanners. Commander Craig, Aristocrat Astra, Dr. Nairsh called from the medical station they'd established Dr. Heed nearby. We need to complete your final examinations before departure. The examination room contained an array of specialized equipment hastily assembled from both FDRTS. Dr. Nairsh worked alongside Shivara, the NASAT medical specialist, their movements displaying the efficient coordination of professionals focused solely on their task. Remarkable, Dr. Nairsh murmured, examining the scanner results. Commander, your cardiovascular system has developed secondary channels processing copper-based elements consistent with NASAT biochemistry. Craig glanced down at his forearms, where faint bioluminescent patterns pulsed beneath his skin. The patterns intensified when Astra moved closer to check the readings. And you, Shivara addressed Astra, antennae extended in scientific fascination. Your respiratory efficiency now exceeds NASAT baseline by 18%. The oxygen processing adaptations mirror human lung unction. Astra demonstrated by consciously controlling her natural bioluminescence, dimming and brightening patterns that had previously responded only to involuntary stimuli. Most significant, Dr. Nairsh continued, displaying comparative hormone analyses, are these identical markers previously unique to your respective species. Your biochemistry is now fundamentally compatible. Craig felt heat rise in his face, aware of Astra's sudden stillness beside him. The implications hung unspoken between them. We've prepared specialized environmental suits, Shivara announced, directing their attention to 2 display cases. They incorporate elements from both human and NASAT technology, specifically modified to support your evolving physiology. The suits were unlike anything Craig had seen before, seamless integration of human lightweight tactical armor and NASAT Adaptability exoskeletal supports. Neural connection points line the interior, designed to interface directly with their adapted nervous systems. The neural interfaces will enhance your shared perceptual abilities, Dr. Nairsh explained. When activated, they should strengthen the psychic bond we've observed developing between you. Fitting the suits required extensive assistance from the medical team. The process demanded prolonged physical contact as technicians adjusted connection points and calibrated sensors to their unique biology. Craig fought to maintain composure as each touch sent cascades of sensation through his newly sensitive skin, heightened awareness making every adjustment feel intimate. Beside him, Astra's bioluminescence flashed in patterns he now recognized as indicating intense physiological response. The medical staff exchanged no glances but maintained professional focus, though Craig noticed several of them taking additional readings of the atmospheric changes occurring around them. "Your suits are detecting elevated pheromone production, Doctor," Nairsh noted clinically, though his eyes reflected understanding. "A predicted response to your biochemical compatibility." Captain Rogers and Ziv arrived as the fitting concluded, both wearing standard flight suits modified with minor cross-species adaptations. "We'll handle the initial approach," Rogers explained. "Allow you both to review the data and conserve strength for the infiltration." Ziv's antennae twitched slightly toward Craig's exposed wrist, where bioluminescence pulsed visibly. "The adaptation is beginning in others who work closely together," he commented, "though less pronounced than your transformation." Throughout the docking bay, Craig noticed mixed human-Nasat technical teams working in close coordination. Subtle signs of adaptation appeared among manihumans with slightly altered skin tones, Nasat with modified movement patterns. Research vessels from both fleets hovered nearby, documenting these emerging changes with barely concealed excitement. Admiral Winters approached as final preparations concluded. "Commander, this data packet contains everything we've extracted from the Purifier's databases." "Not much, but it might help identify security systems." Krax joined them, presenting a specialized communication device. "This will allow secure transmission through asteroid interference. When you locate the control systems for the weapons platforms, transmit the coordinates immediately." As they boarded the Shadow Courier, Phillips was brought to the docking bay on a mobile medical platform. Despite her weakened state, her eyes were clear as she grasped Craig's arm. "What you'll find goes beyond the weapons," she whispered. "The original research, the truth about why they feared contact between our species. It changes everything." The Shadow Courier disengaged from the medical station 12 minutes later, accelerating toward the asteroid belt under minimal power. Rogers and Ziv navigated with practiced efficiency, plotting a course that would appear random to any Eclipse loyalist patrols. In the vessel's cramped tactical room, Craig and Astra initiated their neural interfaces, connecting to the data systems. The information from the Purifier flowed between them with unprecedented clarity, their minds processing different aspects simultaneously before sharing conclusions through their strengthened bond. The facility's primary security uses automated response systems, Astra noted, her consciousness brushing against Craig's through the interface. Designed to operate without human or Nasat oversight. Craig experienced her analysis as if it were his own thought, their minds synchronizing with increasing precision. External sensor grid relies on standard patrol patterns. If we approach through maintenance channels, we might avoid detection entirely. Hours passed as they worked, the Shadow Courier penetrating deeper into the asteroid belt. The vessel's confined quarters brought them into constant proximity, their specialized suits interfacing automatically when they moved past each other. Each connection strengthened their mental bond while intensifying physical awareness of each other. The environmental systems registered steadily increasing pheromone levels unique to their adapted biology. Craig noticed Rogers and Ziv exchanging glances as readings continued climbing, their scientific interest obvious despite their attempts at discretion. Approaching coordinates, Rogers announced 12 hours into their journey. Dropping to minimal power, the main view screen activated, revealing a massive asteroid unlike any natural formation. Its surface appeared normal to visual inspection, but structural scans showed artificial reinforcement throughout. Multiple scanner contacts, Ziv reported, antennae extended toward the sensor array. Sophisticated stealth technology masking the installation. No wonder it remained undetected. The facility's defensive grid appeared on tactical displays, layers of overlapping systems incorporating both human and NASAT security approaches. Most concerning were the biological containment protocols surrounding the central chambers, indicating hazardous materials within. "We've identified a maintenance channel," Craig reported, indicating a narrow access point on the facility schematic. The Purifier's database contained authentication codes for supply drones. Astra studied the approach vector. "We'll need the insertion pod. The channel is too narrow for Shadow Courier." The specialized pod detached from Shadow Courier's underside 30 minutes later, Craig and Astra secured within its confined space. The tight quarters forced them against each other, their specialized suits connecting automatically along multiple interface points. The neural link between them surged to unprecedented strength, their minds merging into a single operational consciousness. "Launching now," Craig transmitted to Shadow Courier as the pod accelerated toward the maintenance channel, mimicking the approach vector of authorized supply drones. The pod shuddered as it entered the narrow passage, inertial dampers struggling against the acceleration forces. Craig felt Astra's heartbeat through their connected suits, her physiological responses registering in his consciousness as intimately as his own. Their shared awareness allowed perfect coordination as they navigated the treacherous approach, anticipating each course correction before it became necessary. Warning lights flashed as authentication protocols activated, automatic systems scanning their modified pod. The codes extracted from the Purifier's database transmitted, followed by agonizing seconds of uncertainty. The lights shifted to green. Access granted. The pod docked at a secondary port typically used for supply deliveries, mechanical systems engaging to stabilize their position. Craig and Astra disconnected from the pilot interfaces, their specialized suits maintaining neural connection as they prepared to enter the facility. "Shadow Courier, we've gained access," Craig transmitted, maintaining radio silence until objective secured. The airlock cycled open, revealing the environmental control section of the Eclipse research facility. Massive machinery hummed throughout the dimly lit chamber, regulating atmospheric conditions with precision Craig immediately recognized as unusual. "The air," Astra whispered, her voice carrying through their neural link. "It's perfectly balanced between human and NASAT optimal conditions." The implications were clear. This facility had been designed for long-term work involving both species, operating in secret throughout decades of supposed irreconcilable conflict. They moved deeper into the installation, encountering only automated systems running on standby protocols. The absence of personnel raised Craig's tactical concerns, his training suggesting potential ambush scenarios. Each chamber they passed contained specialized equipment for genetic analysis and modification, sample storage units preserving biological material from both species. "The scale," Astra noted, examining a database terminal. "This research has been ongoing since first contact. Thousands of test subjects, all officially listed as casualties of war." Their specialized suits interfaced with the facility's information systems, downloading data at rates only possible through their enhanced neural connection. With each new discovery, the magnitude of the Eclipse conspiracy expanded beyond anything they had imagined. After navigating through research sectors for nearly an hour, they reached a secured doorway marked with both human and NASAT warning symbols. Craig's adapted vision could perceive security systems beyond standard human visual range, while Astra's enhanced hearing detected the subtle electronic signatures of active surveillance. "Central Control Hub," Craig confirmed, as their suits processed the facility schematics. 3 life signs inside minimal movement patterns suggesting implant control. Craig activated his suit's enhanced sensory systems, identifying 3 distinct biosignatures inside the control hub. Their bioluminescent patterns registered with unusual synchronicity-coordinated neural activity, indicating direct interface with the facility's systems. Security protocols disengaged, Astra whispered through their neural link. They're distracted, primary targeting on the weapons platforms. The door slid open silently. Inside, 3 Eclipse operatives sat motionless in neural interface chairs, their consciousness fully integrated with the weapons control network. At the center stood a tall, lean man with distinguished gray temples and the bearing of someone accustomed to authority. Maxwell, Craig noted, recognizing the Eclipse High Director from intelligence briefings. Priority 1 target. The operatives remained oblivious, their attention focused on maintaining the automated weapons platforms threatening both fleets. Maxwell, however, turned slowly toward the entrance, his expression revealing no surprise. Commander Daniels, Aristocrat Shivara Na, your adaptation proceeds more rapidly than projected. His clinical tone carried neither hostility nor concern. Fascinating biological response patterns. Craig kept his weapon trained on Maxwell while Astra moved toward the control terminals. The neural interfaces linked to their specialized suits provided immediate understanding of the facility's systems architecture, allowing them to bypass security measures designed to thwart either human or NASAT intrusion separately. Weapons targeting systems accessed, Astra reported, her fingers moving across the console with practiced efficiency, disabling primary node connections. Maxwell observed without resistance. The Eclipse directive has maintained equilibrium for generations. Your interference threatens both species. Craig connected directly to the communications array. Shadow Courier, we've secured the control hub, transmitting weapons platform coordinates now. The data flowed through their neural interface, transmitted to the waiting fleet. Within seconds, confirmation signals indicated successful reception. The control room's monitors displayed the combined fleet deploying strike vessels toward the no-identified weapons platforms. You're too late, Maxwell stated calmly. The directive doesn't require these weapons. They represent one contingency among many. Astra accessed the facility's central database, initiating a comprehensive data extraction. The information streamed through their neural interface decades of research records, experimental data, and internal communications documenting the Eclipse conspiracy from its inception. Complete archives secured, she confirmed, the information flowing simultaneously to their suit's storage systems and to the transmission buffer. Sending to fleet now. Craig felt his breath catch as the data streamed through their neural connection. The magnitude of the conspiracy unfolded before a century of manufactured conflict, fabricated incidents, and manipulated research, all designed to prevent the very adaptation they now embodied. The transmission completed in seconds, terabytes of irrefutable evidence now in possession of both fleets' command structures. The facility's monitors displayed immediate reaction-heightened communication traffic between vessels, scientific teams activating throughout both fleets. Maxwell's expression hardened. You cannot comprehend the evolutionary consequences. The directive preserves essential biological distinctions. Astra moved to secure the 3 Neuralinked operatives while Craig maintained focus on Maxwell. Shadow Courier requesting extraction, primary objective complete, proceeding to secure high-value target. Roger's voice came through clearly. Acknowledged, weapons platforms neutralized, docking at main hangar in 12 minutes. The Neuralinked operatives showed no resistance as Astra disconnected them from their interfaces, their consciousness too deeply integrated with the weapons systems to register the physical world. Maxwell, however, remained fully alert, his eyes fixed on Craig with clinical interest. Your cellular structure shows remarkable adaptation, Maxwell observed. The bioluminescent nodes developing along your neural pathways match aristocratic nascent patterns precisely, and her endocrine system now produces hormone analogs previously unique to humans. Craig secured Maxwell's hands with specialized restraints designed for high-risk prisoners. You'll have plenty of time to discuss your theories during interrogation. The facility's sensor displays suddenly activated, showing multiple incoming vessels approaching the combined fleet's position. Shadow Courier's escort detaching to intercept as Rogers adjusted course toward the facility. Astra accessed a secondary terminal, her eyes widening. Craig, these research records contain genetic compatibility studies. The Eclipse researchers knew from the beginning that humans and nascent could develop biological compatibility through sustained contact. The data flowed through their neural link detailed analysis of reproductive compatibility potential between adapted humans and nascent, with projections specifically modeling their unique physiological changes. Craig felt intense heat rise in his face as the implications became clear their bodies were adapting toward potential fertility. Maxwell noticed their reaction. Your genetic structures are rewriting themselves toward compatibility. The primary objective of Eclipse was always to prevent this evolutionary convergence. Consider the implications for both species if widespread adaptation occurs. The facility's communication system activated with Captain Rogers' voice. Shadow Courier docked in main hangar. Expedite extraction. Fleet sensors detect additional Eclipse vessels approaching from Sector 4. Craig secured Maxwell while Astra completed the data transfer. The three unconscious operatives were loaded onto transport gurneys, their vital signs stable, but minds still disconnected from physical awareness. The Central Research Laboratory requires immediate attention, Maxwell stated as they moved toward the hangar. My security clearance will be necessary to access the biological containment units. Craig exchanged a glance with Astra, their neural link conveying shared suspicion. What biological containment units? Experimental specimens, evidence you'll need to verify the data you've stolen. Maxwell's tone remained clinical, including samples relevant to your specific adaptation pattern. The route to the hangar required passing through a secured research wing. Maxwell's access codes opened a heavily reinforced laboratory entrance, revealing a comprehensive biological research facility more advanced than anything in the combined fleets. 5 minutes until departure, Rogers transmitted. Eclipse reinforcements entering the asteroid field. Inside the laboratory, specialized containment units lined the walls, each maintaining precise environmental conditions for biological samples. Maxwell directed them toward a secure chamber at the center, marked with both human and nascent biohazard symbols. These samples represent 20 years of research into cross-species adaptation, he explained as Craig input the access code, including genetic material collected during your captivity aboard the Purifier. The chamber opened to reveal rows of sophisticated stasis units, each containing biological samples in various stages of preservation. At the center, a specialized containment pod held distinct specimens labeled in both human and nascent scientific notation. Convergent specimens. Craig felt Astra's shock through their neural link as they both recognized the implications. The specimens contained embryonic tissue combining their genetic materials in authorized experiments using samples extracted during their brief captivity. Eclipse researchers needed to understand your unique adaptation, Maxwell explained dispassionately. These specimens provide critical data on the physiological mechanisms involved. The embryonic tissue floated in specialized stasis fields, neither fully human nor nascent, but something entirely new, potential children created without their knowledge or consent, yet carrying their combined genetic heritage. Craig felt Astra's presence in his mind strengthen, their neural link deepening as they processed this discovery together. The specimens represented both violation and possibility evidence of Eclipse's unethical experimentation, yet also scientific confirmation of their biological compatibility. Shadow Courier ready for immediate departure, Rogers transmitted urgently. Eclipse vessels entering weapons range. Craig secured the specimen containment unit while Astra gathered the related research data. Their decision passed between them without words. These specimens, regardless of how they were created, contained crucial scientific information and represented potential life derived from their genetic material. Maxwell watched their synchronized movements with clinical interest. The specimens demonstrate viable embryonic development. Your adaptation has progressed to reproductive compatibility, a development Eclipse has prevented for generations. They reached the hangar with minutes to spare, Shadow Courier's engines already engaged in pre-launch sequence. Ziv supervised the loading of the secured prisoners and biological samples, his antennae registering heightened alert status. Multiple Eclipse vessels approaching, he reported as they boarded. Configuration suggests Purity Division deployment. Rogers initiated launch procedures immediately upon their arrival. Facility sensors detect 12 vessels matching Eclipse configurations. No identification signals. Formation indicates coordinated assault pattern. The Shadow Courier disengaged from the facility's docking clamps, accelerating into the asteroid field under enhanced stealth protocols. Craig and Astra secured Maxwell in a specialized containment unit designed for high-risk prisoners, while medical teams monitored the unconscious operatives. Transmitting complete data package to combined fleet, Craig confirmed, initiating the comprehensive transfer of all secured information, including biological research records and specimen analysis. The transmission reached the combined fleet within moments, scientific teams immediately beginning analysis of the revolutionary data. The communication channels activated with urgent response from both Admiral Winters and Sue Dr. Me Overlord Cracks, their synchronized reactions indicating the profound impact of the information. Commander, the information you've provided. Admiral Winters' voice carried uncharacteristic emotion. It confirms everything Dr. Phillips suggested, a century of manufactured conflict. Crax's deeper tones followed immediately. The genetic compatibility data is being verified by our leading researchers. Your adaptation appears to represent a natural evolutionary response rather than aberration. Medical analysis details streamed back through the secure channel preliminary confirmation of the reproductive compatibility data, with specific focus on Craig and Astra's unique physiological changes. The scientific assessment confirmed Maxwell's statement their adaptation had progressed toward potential fertility, their bodies rewriting genetic structures to enable successful conception. Craig felt Astra's reaction through their neural linka complex emotional response to this scientific validation of their deepening connection. The possibility of genetic compatibility carried implications beyond their personal relationship, suggesting fundamental evolutionary advantages to cooperation between their species. Maxwell regained consciousness in his containment unit, watching the data transfer with resigned awareness. Your transmission won't matter. Eclipse contingencies extend beyond these weapons platforms. Shadow Courier's sensors suddenly registered multiple impacts against the outer hull-targeted weapons, fire penetrating their stealth systems with unprecedented precision. Eclipse vessels have locked targeting systems, Rogers reported, executing evasive maneuvers. They're using specialized detection algorithms calibrated to our stealth technology. Ziv accessed the tactical systems. Formation pattern matches Purity Division protocols. Volunteers with complete neural integration to Eclipse ideology. They're immune to the control network disruption. Shadow Courier shuddered under concentrated weapons fire, damage reports flashing across multiple systems. Rogers pushed the engines beyond safe parameters, using the asteroid field's dense concentrations for cover while Ziv coordinated defensive countermeasures. Primary propulsion damaged, Rogers reported grimly. Operating at 30% capacity. Insufficient to reach combined fleet before they overtake us. Craig studied the tactical display, noting their position relative to nearby installations. There's an alternative. Crossroads Station Independent Mining Facility, 2 sectors from our position, maintains neutrality in the conflict. Ziv's antennae extended in recognition. The facility operates under 10th House protection. Aristocratic sanctuary traditions would apply. Astra accessed NASA diplomatic protocols through their neural interface. My aristocratic identification codes would grant emergency sanctuary. Eclipse forces would hesitate to violate it openly. Rogers altered course immediately, plotting the most direct route through the densest portions of the asteroid field. The natural obstacles will hinder pursuit. We can approach from the station's least monitored vector. Shadow Courier sustained additional damage during the evasive journey, critical systems failing under the strain of combat maneuvers. Emergency warnings flashed throughout the vessel as life support functions destabilized, requiring immediate intervention. Manual stabilization required, Ziv reported as automated systems failed. Environmental controls losing cohesion. Craig and Astra moved in perfect synchronization, their specialized suits connecting to the damaged systems. The neural interfaces allowed direct interaction with failing technologies. Craig, channeling his acquired bioluminescent abilities to power critical NASA systems, while Astra's adapted human characteristics enabled interface with damaged Earth technology. Their complementary biology proved essential to survival, each adaptation filling gaps the other couldn't address. Craig's newly developed bioluminescent nodes generated energy patterns that stabilized NASA life support components, while Astra's modified nervous system maintained connection with human environmental regulators. Approaching Crossroads Station, Rogers announced after 30 minutes of hazardous navigation. Detecting unusual activity multiple diplomatic vessels in dock. The tactical display revealed something unprecedented. Official representatives from both human and NASA governments conducting preliminary peace negotiations in neutral territory. Among the identified vessels, 2 carried particular significance. Admiral Winters and Supreme Overlord Krax had personally traveled to the station. Both fleet commanders present, Ziv confirmed, his antennae registering surprise. Direct communication established for the first time since neural control disruption. The pursuing Eclipse vessels maintained position at the edge of Crossroads Station's sensor range, unwilling to approach directly but establishing positions to intercept any departure attempt. This temporary standoff provided critical opportunity as Shadow Courier transmitted emergency approach codes. Aristocratic identification confirmed, responded Crossroads Station's security coordinator. Emergency sanctuary granted under 10th House protocols. Defensive screens activated against pursuing vessels. The station extended docking permissions as defensive systems engaged, creating a protected approach corridor for the damaged Shadow Courier. The Eclipse pursuers held position outside the defensive perimeter, establishing a blockade formation that prevented departure without directly violating sanctuary traditions. Shadow Courier docked with Crossroads Station, its hull bearing scorch marks and impact fractures from the pursuit. Emergency medical teams rushed aboard the moment docking procedures completed, transferring injured personnel to the station's advanced medical facilities. Craig and Astra remained together as technicians applied emergency stabilization treatments, their neural link maintaining steady communication even as medical staff worked around them. The biological samples and research data secured from the Eclipse facility remained under constant guard, transferred to specialized containment units within the station's most secure section. Admiral Winters and Supreme Overlord Cracks personally met them in the medical bay, an unprecedented joint appearance that signaled the gravity of the situation. "Your transmission changed everything," Admiral Winters said, studying the data displayed on the medical monitors tracking Craig's adapted physiology. "We initiated preliminary discussions immediately after receiving the eclipse research data. Crax's bioluminescent patterns shifted in a formal aristocratic acknowledgement pattern. The evidence you secured proves conclusively that Eclipse manipulated both our species for generations. We've established temporary diplomatic protocols while our governments process this information." Medical staff maintained a respectful distance as the two leaders continued their briefing. Crossroads Station had been hastily converted into a neutral diplomatic Z-Doctor, with equal representation from both fleets. The preliminary peace discussions had begun just hours before Shadow Courier's arrival, catalyzed by the transmitted research data. "The specimens you recovered represent critical evidence," Dr. Nersch explained, entering the medical bay with data tablets displaying initial analysis results. The human doctor had specialized in xenobiology before the war, his expertise making him the logical choice to lead the human medical team. "They confirm physiological compatibility mechanisms we'd only theorized previously." Shivara, senior Nasset biological researcher, joined them, her aristocratic markings indicating scientific lineage. "The specimens demonstrate viable embryonic development patterns consistent with natural evolutionary adaptation rather than artificial engineering. This contradicts core Eclipse doctrine about species incompatibility." Craig felt Astra's reaction through their link-complex emotions regarding the embryonic material created without their consent, yet containing their combined genetic heritage. The conversation around them faded momentarily as they shared this private understanding, their neural connection deepening with each passing hour. 3 days later, with Shadow Courier's crew fully stabilized and transferred to permanent quarters, Admiral Winters called a formal joint session to address the implications of the Eclipse facility discovery. The station's central conference chamber filled with senior representatives from both species. The traditional division between humans and Nasat abandoned in favor of integrated seating arrangements that symbolized the emerging cooperation. "The evidence secured by Commander Craig and aristocrat Astra necessitates permanent diplomatic infrastructure," Admiral Winters announced, standing beside Cracks at the central podium. "We propose establishing a joint security council with authority to coordinate ongoing operations against remaining Eclipse installations." Crax's bioluminescent patterns conveyed formal agreement visible to all Nasset present. "Additionally, we require specialized research facilities to understand the adaptation process documented in the recovered data. The Eclipse experiments, while ethically reprehensible, provide critical insights into natural compatibility between our species." The announcement of the Convergence Ardoctorarch Institute drew mixed reactions from the assembled representatives. Several human officers shifted uncomfortably, while certain Nasset aristocratic representatives displayed pattern sequences indicating concern about evolutionary implications. Dr. Nersch stepped forward, displaying comprehensive medical scans of Craig and Astra's physiological adaptations. "Commander Craig's human physiology now incorporates functional bioluminescent capabilities previously exclusive to Nasset biology. Aristocrat Astra demonstrates enhanced thermoregulation consistent with human metabolic patterns. These adaptations occurred naturally through sustained proximity, without artificial intervention. The evidence proved compelling enough to secure provisional approval for the Research Institute, with dedicated facilities to be established within Crossroads Station's former trading center." Construction crews began immediate conversion of the space into specialized laboratories equipped with both human and NASA medical technology. 1 week after the joint session, Craig and Astra received quarters assignment notification specialized living space designed specifically for their unique requirements. The environmental systems featured dynamic adjustment capabilities, maintaining atmospheric conditions at precisely calculated parameters between human and NASA norms. The lighting systems incorporate both species requirements, the station quartermaster explained, demonstrating the controls. Standard human illumination with reduced intensity that aristocrat Astra can now tolerate, plus bioluminescent panels using NASA biological components that Commander Craig finds increasingly comfortable. Craig activated the bioluminescent panels, feeling immediate relief as the familiar patterns established resonance with his adapted physiology. His skin responded automatically. The aristocratic patterns Astra had gifted him brightening in harmonious response. Your physiological integration, see doctor, in use to progress, Shivara noted during their first official medical assessment in the newly established research facility. Commander Craig's bioluminescent expression now maintains constant baseline activity rather than requiring conscious activation. Dr. Nersch focused on Astra's adaptations. Your core temperature has stabilized at 32.4 degrees Celsius, precisely halfway between human and NASA physiological norms. Additionally, your dermal pigmentation shows increasing similarity to human patterns, particularly in areas corresponding to Commander Craig's luminescent expressions. The medical monitoring systems in their quarters documented accelerating adaptation patterns as they adjusted to permanent cohabitation. Neural scans confirmed strengthening synchronization between their thought patterns, the link now maintaining constant connection even during sleep cycles. Their peaceful adjustment period ended abruptly with the arrival of Senator Malcolm Reed's diplomatic shuttle. The prominent Earth politician headed the Genetic Preservation Council, a conservative faction opposed to interspecies integration. His official protest against contamination risks filed through Earth diplomatic channels coincided with the NASA Evolutionary Purity Conclave, sending Archon Vextara to the station. Aristocrat Astra must return to NASA territory immediately for genetic cleansing, Vextara demanded during the emergency council session, bioluminescent patterns conveying aristocratic authority. The Archon's physical resemblance to Vexcar was striking, though the conservative siblings' patterns displayed significantly more traditional sequencing. Her bloodline contamination threatens aristocratic genetic integrity. Senator Reed followed with equally inflammatory rhetoric from the human perspective. These experiments violate fundamental genetic preservation principles. The specimens recovered from the Eclipse facility must be destroyed as unnatural abominations before they contaminate the human genetic pool. Craig felt Astra's immediate reaction through their link-fierce protective instinct toward the embryonic material that, regardless of its origins, contained their combined genetic heritage. His own response mirrored hers, his bioluminescent patterns intensifying with emotional resonance visible to all NASA present. Admiral Winters intervened before the situation escalated further. Commander Craig, an aristocrat Astra's unique position, provides critical insight into interspecies relations. We hereby appoint them co-chairs of the Convergence Commission, with full diplomatic authority to implement peace accord provisions. Supreme Overlord Crax's bioluminescent patterns conveyed formal endorsement. This appointment carries diplomatic immunity under both human and NASA law. Their integrated perspective represents the future of our species cooperation. The simultaneous announcement elevated their status beyond reach of either Reed's or Vextara's immediate legal challenges. though both representatives established permanent offices within the station, actively recruiting supporters to their respective causes. Craig and Astra returned to their quarters that evening, the political confrontation having accelerated their physiological synchronization. Medical monitoring systems documented increased neural activity between them, their bodies responding to perceived threat with heightened biological integration. "They're afraid," Astra observed, her bioluminescent patterns shifting to contemplative sequence. "Not just of us specifically, but of what we represent evolutionary change they can't control." Craig nodded, conscious of how naturally Dr. Now interpreted her bioluminescent expressions. "Their opposition makes strategic sense from a traditional perspective. We need to demonstrate tangible benefits of adaptation that even conservatives can't dismiss." They drafted plans for a public symposium, inviting Dr. Nersch and Shivara to present comprehensive evidence documenting adaptation advantages. As they worked, Craig noticed Astra's growing interest in the medical data regarding the convergent specimens, embryonic material, combining their genetic heritage that remained secured in the research facility. "What happens to them matters," she said, the words carrying deeper meaning through their neural link. "Regardless of how they were created, they're part of us now." Craig felt the same connection and unexpected sense of responsibility toward the genetic material that represented potential children created without their consent, yet undeniably carrying their combined heritage. The question of the specimen's future would need addressing, but first they had a piece to secure and Eclipse remnants to eliminate. The symposium preparations continued through the night, their neural link allowing seamless coordination as they developed strategies to defend both the peace process and the scientific understanding that might eventually determine the future of human Nasat, relations and the fate of the unique life forms that now existed because of their unprecedented connection. Their symposium preparations continued well into the morning hours. Craig observed Astra through their neural link as she arranged the final presentation data. Her bioluminescent patterns reflected concentration-intricate aristocratic sequences, highlighting her delicate features as she worked. "The opposition will cite tradition and evolutionary stability," she said, organizing slides detailing their adaptation benefits. "We need concrete advantages they can't dismiss." 6 months later, those early preparations had blossomed into something neither could have anticipated. Standing on the observation deck of their newly constructed residence on New Harmony, Craig watched the planet's twin suns create prismatic patterns across the settlement below. The border world's unique atmospheric composition maintained perfect conditions for both species, without modification, a natural meeting point between human and Nasat physiological requirements. "The eastern residential complex is complete," Craig noted as Astra joined him at the viewport. 24 adapted couples arrive tomorrow." Astra's bioluminescent patterns brightened with satisfaction, the first official convergence colony. Her hand found his, their neural link intensifying at the contact. "Remember when we were hiding in that maintenance shaft on the Eclipse station?" "I believe I was bleeding to death at the time," Craig replied with a slight smile. The compound below represented everything they'd fought for: integrated architectural designs, showcasing revolutionary hybrid technology. Human engineering principles worked in perfect harmony with Nasat bioluminescent energy systems. Living structures incorporated both species' needs without compromise. Their residence served as the Dr. T.T. Lemont's centerpiece, a demonstration of perfect integration. Curved walls featured embedded bioluminescent panels that responded to their neural patterns, while temperature regulation systems maintained the precise environmental balance their adapted physiologies preferred. "Dr. Nersch called," Craig said, his bioluminescent patterns shifting subtly with the information. "The medical facility construction has reached final phase. They're ready to transfer the gestation chambers." The neural link conveyed Astra's complex emotions: anticipation, concern, and fierce protective instinct toward their developing embryos. The eclipse specimens, once see Dr. Ed as evidence, had become something far more personal. "I want to see them," she said simply. The medical facility occupied a secure section near Dr. Edelman's center, its specialized construction incorporating both human medical technology and NASAT biological integration systems. Dr. Nersh and Shivara oversaw a team of technicians installing the final components in the gestation chamber room as Craig and Astra arrived. "Perfect timing," Dr. Nersh said, looking up from calibration readings. "We've established the precise developmental parameters. The embryonic material shows remarkable adaptability." Shivara's aristocratic patterns conveyed scientific satisfaction. The integration of human incubation technology with NASAT aristocratic nurturing pods provides optimal conditions. Their development exceeds all projections. Through the observation window, Craig and Astra viewed the specialized chambers transparent pods containing swirling nutrient solution illuminated by precisely calibrated bioluminescent panels. Within each, barely visible cellular structures pulsed with combined human NASAT genetic expressions. Craig sensed rather than saw Astra's hand move to her abdomen, an unconscious gesture, reflecting connection to the genetic material derived from them both. Their neural link shared the moment's weight, the understanding that regardless of their unconventional creation, these were their children. "Ambassador Craig," a voice called from the facility entrance. "Priority communication from Earth." The formal title still felt strange. Admiral Winters had appointed him Earth's first ambassador to the NASAT Dominion just weeks earlier, transforming their relationship from scientific curiosity to official diplomatic partnership. Simultaneously, Supreme Overlord Krax had designated Astra as senior diplomatic representative to human territories. The communication terminal displayed Admiral Winters' concerned expression. "Senator Reed has introduced the Pure Human Preservation Act in the Global Senate. The legislation classifies adapted individuals as genetically altered with restricted rights. We need you to testify." Craig's bioluminescent patterns intensified with concern, visible now even to humans without NASAT perception abilities. His transformation had reached new milestones, neural structures developing fully functional bioluminescent communication pathways previously unique to NASAT aristocracy. "I'll prepare immediately," Craig confirmed. "I face similar challenges," Astra added. "The Seventh House demands my genetic excommunication from aristocratic records, citing ancient purity laws." Admiral Winters nodded grimly. "Conservative elements are consolidating opposition. Intelligence reports indicate human and NASAT traditionalists are communicating, despite their historical animosity." After the transmission ended, Craig and Astra returned to the gestation chambers, their shared neural link processing the implications. "If conservatives from both species are cooperating against us, we've already changed more than we realized," Craig observed. Astra's hand tightened around his. "They fear what they don't understand." Craig activated his newly developed aristocratic light language capabilities, his skin displaying complex patterns traditionally impossible for humans to produce. The patterns conveyed nuanced concepts of continuity and adaptation that standard language couldn't express. Astra responded with perfectly formed human speech. Soundshare vocal structures had evolved beyond typical NASAT capabilities, allowing her to produce the full range of human phonetics. "We should use our adaptations as demonstration. Let them see the benefits directly." The following weeks brought constant diplomatic challenges. Craig traveled to Earth to address the Global Senate, his visible biological adaptations creating powerful visual impact as he demonstrated enhanced sensory capabilities, accelerated healing, and improved cognitive processing. Meanwhile, Astra appeared before the aristocratic conclave, using her enhanced vocal abilities to deliver an impassioned address about evolutionary advancement. Their separate diplomatic missions maintained constant neural connection, despite the vast distance between Earth and the Nasat homeworld. The link had strengthened beyond all scientific predictions, allowing them to share sensory experiences and emotional states across interstellar distances. Upon returning to New Harmony, they found the settlement's population had doubled. The success of their initial infrastructure had attracted more adapted couples seeking community. Captain Rogers and Ziv had established residence in the Western Quadrant, their military expertise providing valuable security coordination for the growing colony. "We've detected concerning communications," Captain Rogers reported during their first security briefing. A new organization calling itself the Genesis Coalition has established headquarters on Proxima II. Ziv's aristocratic patterns displayed tactical concern. They've recruited former Eclipse scientists who escaped capture. Intelligence suggests they're developing countermeasures against adaptation patterns. Craig's enhanced NASA-derived perception immediately grasped the strategic implications. Traditional enemies finding common cause against integrated populations. "We've increased security around the medical facility," Captain Rogers continued. "The gestation chambers remain primary objectives for anyone opposing integration." That night, in the privacy of their residence, Craig and Astra's bioluminescent patterns synchronized during intimate connection, creating light displays visible through the residence's windows. Their continuing physiological evolution had created perfect complementarity between their bodies, each adaptation in one triggering corresponding doctor, changes in the other. "Our bodies know what our societies resist," Astra observed afterward, her human-derived language abilities expressing concepts that would have been impossible in traditional Nasat communication. The peaceful moment shattered with emergency alerts activating throughout their quarters. Dr. Nersch's urgent message appeared on the communication terminal. "Security breach at medical facility." Attempting to reach gestation chambers, they arrived at the facility to find Captain Rogers and Ziv coordinating response teams. The infiltration had been contained. The perpetrators' captured DRUT recovered data devices revealed disturbing information. "Genesis Coalition operatives," Captain Rogers confirmed. "Well-organized, well-equipped." Ziv displayed the recovered tactical plans. Their objective was sabotaging the gestation chambers. Preventing the first hybrid birth appears to be their primary goal. Dr. Nersch and Shivara emerged from the inner facility, both displaying signs of stress but also persistence. "The embryos remain secure, but this facility can't guarantee their safety against continued attempts," Shivara stated, her aristocratic patterns conveying urgency. "We need to relocate them to Crossroads Station," Dr. Nersch added. "The combined military presence there provides optimal security while they complete development." The decision, while tactically sound, carried emotional weight. Craig and Astra processed through their neural link. The gestation chambers represented their future family, vulnerability they couldn't risk. "Prepare transport," Craig ordered. "Priority medical containment protocols." 3 days later, the specialized medical doctor, Ansport docked at Crossroads Station where Admiral Winters and Supreme Overlord Krax personally oversaw security arrangements. The gestation chambers were installed in a secure medical facility deep within the station's core, protected by combined human and Nasat security teams. "The embryos have reached critical developmental stage," Dr. Nersch explained during the first medical briefing after relocation. "They now require more direct parental biological connection." Shivara activated the laboratory display, showing specialized nutrient chambers connected to the gestation pods. We've developed a synchronized immersion procedure allowing you to provide essential biological material directly. These sessions will strengthen parental connection while supporting continued embryonic development. The first immersion session required complete physical exposure within nutrient solution, matching their adapted biochemistry. Craig and Astra entered separate chambers on opposite sides of the gestation pods, the transparent walls allowing visual connection as the chambers filled with luminescent fluid. As the nutrient solution reached full immersion level, their bodies began releasing specialized hormones and adapted cellular material. The fluid carried these elements to the embryonic development systems, establishing direct biological connection with their developing offspring. Dr. G. Craig felt the neural link with Astra intensify beyond previous limits, their synchronized bioluminescent patterns creating complex formations never before documented in either species. Through the transparent walls, he observed their combined patterns interfacing directly with the embryonic neural development chambers. "They're responding," Dr. Nersch noted with astonishment, monitoring the unprecedented readings. "The embryos are absorbing your communication patterns, essentially learning combined methods before birth." Shivara's aristocratic patterns displayed scientific wonder. "Development markers exceed all theoretical projections. We must accelerate the gestation timeline." The Immersio Dr. Eschen continued for 3 hours, their bodies maintaining constant bioluminescent communication with the developing embryos. When they finally emerged from the nutrient chambers, medical scans documented accelerated adaptation in both. Their physiologist-parental connection had intensified their own continuing evolution. "The process works both ways," Dr. Nersch explained, reviewing the data. "Your connection to the embryos enhances your own integration patterns." That night, alone in their quarters on Crossroads Station, Craig processed the implications of their deepening bond with the developing embryos. They responded to eusexual communication. Astra's bioluminescent patterns conveyed agreement. "They recognize us as parents, regardless of how they were created." The moment of connection was interrupted by priority alert signals. Admiral Winters appeared on their communication display, his expression grave. "Multiple unidentified vessels entering the New Harmony system. Configuration matches Genesis Coalition specifications, but with enhanced weapons capabilities." Craig's enhanced senses immediately shifted to tactical assessment. "Our people coalition forces have established blockade positions," Admiral Winters continued. "They've cut communication with the settlement." Supreme Overlord Krax joined the transmission, his aristocratic patterns conveying urgent strategic information. "They're transmitting demands for your surrender. They identify you as evolutionary aberrations, requiring genetic restoration procedures." The implication struck through their neural link simultaneously. Hundreds of adapted couples on New Harmony held hostage, threatened with destruction. Dr. Oz of what Craig and Astra represented. "We've mobilized the Joint Species Defense Force," Admiral Winters stated, "but they're hours from intercept position." Craig's bioluminescent patterns shifted to decision sequences Astra immediately recognized. "We need to return to New Harmony," he said. "The embryos require your presence during final development phase," Dr. Nersch interjected, joining the communication. Absence of direct parental connection could impact successful transition. The impossible choice crystallized before them: remain for their children's birth or return to defend the community they'd established. Through their neural link, Astra shared Craig's persistence, her human-derived strategic thinking already formulating tactical options. "Prepare a stealth transport," Craig ordered. "We need to reach New Harmony before the Coalition launches ground assault." "Commander," Admiral Winters cautioned, "the blockade will focus on standard approach vectors," Craig finished. We'll utilize the atmospheric anomaly doctor in the Western Hemisphere. My adapted sensory capabilities can navigate the particulate disruption. Astra's aristocratic patterns displayed strategic agreement. The settlement's environmental control systems can be recalibrated to enhance adapted individuals' natural abilities while disorienting non-adapted troops. As preparations began for their desperate return mission, Dr. Nersch delivered the final complication. The embryonic development has accelerated beyond all projections. Our calculations indicate emergence within 7 to 2 hours. The neural link between Craig and Astra throbbed with the cruel mathematics of their situation, the blockade around New Harmony, the advancing coalition forces threatening their community, and their children preparing for birth without their presence. Proceed with departure preparations, Craig confirmed, his decision painful but necessary. We can't abandon those who followed us to New Harmony. As they boarded the stealth transport, alert systems throughout Crossroads Station activated with emergency signals. Intelligence updates streamed to their tactical displays. Genesis Coalition landing craft deploying to New Harmony's surface, troops equipped with adaptation-suppressing technology. Coalition commander identified, the intelligence officer reported. General Marcus Vane, formerly Senator Reed's military attaché. Records indicate possible eclipse connections prior to exposure. Craig processed this information through his enhanced perception abilities, identifying strategic implications. He'll understand our tactical capabilities' limitations. The transport systems completed pre-launch sequences as medical updates continued to arrive from the gestation chamber facility. Each passing hour brought their children closer to emergence, while coalition forces tightened their grip on New Harmony. Launch sequence initiated, the pilot announced. Through their neural link, Craig and Astra shared the weight of their choice, leaving their developing children to protect the community that represented their shared vision, knowing either decision carried unbearable cost. As the transport lifted from Crossroads Station's docking bay, their bioluminescent patterns synchronized in shared resolution, the impossible calculation of parents forced to divide their protection between existing community and emerging family. Through their neural link, Craig felt Astra's anguish mirror his own. The launch sequence countdown continued, each number marking the distance that would soon separate them from their unborn children. Wait. Admiral Winter's voice cut through the transport's comm system. Commander, we have an alternative. The view screen activated, showing Admiral Winters alongside Captain Rogers and Ziv, whose aristocratic patterns displayed tactical confidence. Shadow Courier is prepped for immediate launch, Captain Rogers explained. Enhanced stealth systems specifically calibrated for coalition detection parameters. Ziv's patterns shifted to precision planning sequences. We can extract you from New Harmony while the coalition forces concentrate on perimeter assault. Their primary scanning equipment demonstrates predictable cyclic vulnerabilities during atmospheric disturbances. Craig processed the tactical data flowing through the neural link with Astra. The settlement remains vulnerable without defensive coordination. We've anticipated that, Admiral Winters responded. Transfer your defensive protocols now. We'll implement automated response systems until the defense force arrives. Craig and Astra exchanged a silent communication through their neural connection. The opportunity ignited hope. They hadn't dared consider the possibility of both protecting New Harmony and witnessing their children's birth. Craig moved to the transport's tactical station, transferring defensive schematics now. His hands flew across the interface, integrating NASAT precision with human adaptive tactics. The settlement's environmental control systems could be reconfigured to enhance adapted individuals' natural abilities while disorienting non-adapted troops. Security barriers would establish overlapping fields utilizing the unique atmospheric compositions only integrated physiologies could process efficiently. Astra simultaneously accessed the communication systems. Security teams implement Protocol Sigma 3, environmental recalibration to follow transmitted specifications. The defensive preparations continued for 27 minutes, Craig and Astra working in perfect synchronization through their neural link. They embedded command sequences combining human tactical flexibility with NASAT precision engineering, creating defensive systems that would function autonomously until reinforcements arrived. Defensive protocols complete, Craig confirmed. Settlement security teams confirm implementation. Admiral Winters nodded. Captain Rogers will rendezvous with Shadow Courier at the southern extraction point during the next atmospheric disturbance. We're tracking coalition movements to identify optimal extraction window. Outside the command center, coalition landing craft had begun deploying ground forces. Tactical displays showed specialized troops equipped with adaptation suppression technology, establishing perimeter positions around New Harmony. Extraction window in 4 to 3 minutes, Ziv announced, her aristocratic patterns displaying navigational certainty. Atmospheric disturbance will provide 17 minutes of reduced scanning efficiency. The waiting period stretched Craig's enhanced perception to its limits. Through the neural link, he felt Astra processing contingency plans, calculating variables, preparing for all possibilities. The settlement's defenders moved into position according to their established protocols, adapted couples coordinating with non-adapted security personnel in precisely the integrated response pattern they had envisioned when founding New Harmony. Shadow Courier approaching southern perimeter, Captain Rogers reported as the atmospheric disturbance began. Coalition scanners showing expected degradation. Move now, Admiral Winters ordered. Craig and Astra departed the command center, their movements fluid and synchronized. Outside, New Harmony's environmental systems had already begun the specialized atmospheric modifications that would provide advantage to adapted individuals. The settlement's integrated human NASAT architecture, once merely symbolic now, served critical defensive function. Buildings designed with both species in mind, providing tactical advantages against the invaders. They reached the southern extraction point as Shadow Courier descended through swirling atmospheric distortion. The specialized vessel's hull absorbed and redistributed ambient light, creating visual distortion that complemented its technical stealth capabilities. Captain Rogers stood at the lowered ramp, gesturing urgently. Coalition forces have detected anomalous energy signatures, Ziv reported from inside. Calculated response time, 4 minutes. Craig glanced back at the settlement that represented everything they had worked to build. Through the neural link, Astra shared his conflict, the visceral need to stay and fight alongside those who had followed them versus the equally powerful drive to reach their developing children. The defensive systems will hold, Craig stated, both to Astra and himself. They boarded Shadow Courier as the first coalition artillery bombardment began at the settlement's northern perimeter. The vessel's engines engaged immediately, propelling them upward through the atmospheric disturbance. Multiple contacts, Ziv announced. Coalition vessels adjusting patrol patterns. Captain Rogers guided Shadow Courier through increasingly narrow gaps in the blockade formation. They're implementing predictive positioning algorithms. Adaptive response required. Craig moved to assist Ziv at the defensive station, his adapted NASAT perceptual abilities instantly processing targeting patterns before they fully materialized on scanning displays. Adjusting countermeasures, he confirmed, tracking energy fluctuations that preceded coalition weapons activation. Incoming targeting lock at coordinates 3 Saventwo. Astra joined Captain Rogers at navigation. Their formation adjustments follow standard human tactical protocols with minimal adaptation. Pattern recognition suggests vulnerability at these coordinates. Her human-derived adaptability identified course corrections that confounded coalition pursuit algorithms. Shadow Courier executed a series of maneuvers impossible for traditional navigation systems to predict, creating momentary gaps in the blockade's coverage. Implementing breakthrough vector, Captain Rogers confirmed. Shadow Courier accelerated toward the identified gap when proximity alarms activated throughout the ship. Coalition interceptors had anticipated their trajectory, deploying specialized pursuit craft designed for adaptation suppression operations. Energy signature consistent with neural disruption weapons, Ziv noted, her aristocratic patterns displaying tactical concern. A coalition weapon impacted Shadow Courier's starboard section, creating a microbreach in the environmental containment field. Atmosphere rushed from the compartment, pressure alarms activating throughout the vessel. Craig gasped as the pressure change affected his partially adapted respiratory system. His enhanced lungs, optimized for processing both human and nascent atmospheric components, struggled with the sudden compositional shift. He clutched the console, bioluminescent patterns flickering erratically across his skin. Astra moved to him instantly, her body responding without conscious thought. Her skin glowed with intensified patterns as specialized cellular structures activated throughout her adapted physiology. Her touch transferred healing compounds directly into Craig's system, stabilizing his respiratory function. The automatic response demonstrated another evolutionary advancement in their bond biological support functions, activating without conscious control. Breach sealed, Captain Rogers reported. Resuming escape vector. Shadow Courier broke through the final blockade perimeter, accelerating toward the system's edge where tactical displays showed approaching defense force signatures. Confirmed visual on escort squadron, Ziv announced. The viewscreen displayed the approaching defense force vessels, including one with distinctive configuration unlike standard military designs. The vessel moved with unprecedented precision, its tactics exhibiting coordinated patterns impossible for traditional crews. The Convergence, Captain Rogers identified. First commissioned integrated vessel with fully adapted crew. The Convergence took point position, its advanced systems creating a protective corridor through which Shadow Courier traveled. Coalition pursuit craft attempted interception, but encountered defensive patterns that anticipated their every maneuver with uncanny precision. Adapted crew pairs operate with neural synchronization, Ziv explained, Aristoc or Doctor, see patterns displaying scientific appreciation. Tactical efficiency exceeds traditional command structures by 4 to 3%. Under the Convergence's protection, Shadow Courier reached Crossroads Station without further incident. Emergency medical teams waited as they docked, prepared for immediate transfer to the gestation chamber facility. Development acceleration continues, Dr. Nersch reported as they rushed through the station corridors. Neural formation has progressed beyond all established parameters. They entered the medical facility where Shivara monitored the gestation chambers. Craig and Astra stopped, momentarily overwhelmed by what they saw. 3 distinct embryonic forms now floated in the specialized chambers, each displaying unique combinations of human and nascent characteristics. 3. Astra questioned, her bioluminescent patterns expressing wonder. The original embryonic sample differentiated during accelerated development, Shivara explained, aristocratic patterns conveying scientific fascination, each exhibiting specialized adaptive pathways. Craig approached the chambers, enhanced perception cataloging the remarkable differences between each developing form. The first displayed pre-Doctor, innately human skeletal structure with integrated nascent neural patterns visible beneath translucent skin. The second exhibited primarily nascent physiological systems, but with distinctly human cognitive architecture evident in brain formation. The third showed the most balanced integration, combining elements of both species in perfect harmony. Their development accelerated during your absence, Dr. Nairsh explained. We theorize their adaptive systems responded to potential threat by expediting maturation processes. Astra joined Craig at the chambers, their bioluminescent patterns automatically synchronizing as they observed their children. They sensed danger and adapted. Precisely, Shivara confirmed. Each shows specialized adaptive systems far beyond either parent species. The theoretical evolutionary advantages of genetic integration are manifesting in concrete biological structures. Their moment of wonder was interrupted by station-wide alert signals. Dr. Iral Winters appeared on the communication display. Coalition forces have broken off pursuit of the defense force. They're redeploying directly to Crossroads Station with apparent intent to launch boarding operations. Supreme Overlord Krax joined the transmission. Intelligence indicates specialized troops equipped with adaptation suppression technology. Their target is almost certainly this facility. Dr. Nairsh checked the gestation chamber readings. We cannot delay the birthing process. Development has reached critical stage where emergence must proceed regardless of external circumstances. Craig and Astra exchanged determined glances, their neural link conveying everything words couldn't express. After coming this far, they would not allow the coalition to threaten their children's entrance into existence. Prepare the immersion chambers, Craig directed, and implement maximum security protocols throughout this section. Already underway, Supreme Overlord Krax responded. I am proceeding personally to your location with aristocratic guard units. Earth Defense Force security teams are deploying to create defensive perimeter, Admiral Winters added. We'll hold them back until the procedure is complete. As medical staff prepared the specialized immersion chambers, security teams transformed the medical section into a fortified zone. Human tactical barriers integrated with nascent bioluminescent defense screens, creating layered protection unlike anything previously implemented on the station. Through the neural link, Craig shared Astra's fierce protective instinct as they prepared for both the miracle of birth and the battle that approached Crossroads Station. Their children would enter existence under threat, but they would emerge into the protection of parents whose very bodies had evolved to ensure their survival. Biological structure shielded the development of new lift doctor. The birth process proceeded amid the station's alarms and distant sounds of combat. The coalition forces breached the station's outer defenses exactly as the first of their children emerged from the gestation chamber. Medical staff moved with practiced precision, transferring the tiny form to the specialized immersion tank where adaptation to external atmosphere could proceed safely. First emergence successful, Dr. Nairsh announced. Neural pattern stable. The second child followed minutes later, then the third, each displaying unique combinations of human and nascent characteristics as they were transferred to their respective immersion chambers. Through their neural link, Craig and Astra shared overwhelming emotion as they witnessed their children's first moments of independent existence. Defense Force has engaged coalition boarding parties in sections 12 through 17, Admiral Winters reported over the comm system. They will not breach this position. Supreme Overlord Krax arrived with aristocratic guard units, their bioluminescent patterns displaying formal battle configurations. The children will not be threatened, he stated with absolute certainty. The battle for Crossroads Station faded into background noise as Craig and Astra focused entirely on their newborn children, the culmination of everything their adaptation represented. 6 months later, Craig stood on the observation deck of their hillside residence, watching New Harmony's dual suns rise over the settlement below. The Central District had been rebuilt and expanded after the coalition attack, now serving as the administrative heart of the Convergence territories. Dr. Settlement's mixed architecture reflected its new status. Human and Nasat design elements seamlessly integrated, just as the species themselves had begun to integrate. Terk's patterns changed again during the night, Astra said, joining him at the window. Her bioluminescent patterns shifted in response to his proximity, their bodies automatically synchronizing. I noticed. His neural development is accelerating beyond even Dr. Nersch's projections, Craig replied. They moved together through the residence toward the nursery chambers. The specialized rooms featured environmental systems that maintained optimal atmospheric conditions for hybrid physiology, neither fully human nor Nasat, but something uniquely suited to their children's needs. The adaptive lighting responded instantly to their presence, adjusting to complement their bioluminescent patterns. Inside, their 3 children were already awake. At 6 months old, they moved with the coordination of 2-year-olds, their accelerated development confirming yet another advantage of their hybrid physiology. Elan, who displayed predominantly human skeletal structure with integrated Nasat neural patterns, approached Craig immediately. "Father, coordinate systems mismatch," he said, combining verbal language with subtle bioluminescent expressions that conveyed complex mathematical concepts no human language could efficiently express. "The environmental regulator needs recalibration," Craig translated, his permanently aristocratic patterns shifting to acknowledge his son's observation. He adjusted the control panel, watching as the room's atmospheric mixture rebalanced. Lyra, whose Nasat physiological systems were complemented by distinctly human cognitive architecture, communicated with Astra through a rapid sequence of light patterns too complex for traditional Nasat children her age. Her patterns conveyed abstract concepts regarding evolutionary theory that would have challenged most adult academics. Terk, the most balanced of their children, observed his siblings with evident fascination. His unique communication method, combining verbal language, bioluminescent patterns, and subtle neural projection, had already begun bridging the conceptual gaps between human and Nasat thought processes. "The Administrative Council meeting starts in 30 minutes, Astra reminded Craig, her patterns displaying practical concern. "Captain Rogers enhanced the security protocols again last night," Craig noted, approaching the control panel that displayed their home's defensive systems. The display showed concentric layers of protection surrounding their residence, some visible, others hidden beneath the settlement's infrastructure. After multiple coalition infiltration attempts, Rogers and Ziv had implemented increasingly sophisticated countermeasures. Craig's adapted skin displayed shifting aristocratic patterns as he reviewed security readouts. His continued evolution had stabilized these patterns permanently, his cellular structure now fully integrating Nasat biological systems. Recent medical examinations had confirmed he could process atmospheric compositions previously toxic to Humansa capability that had proven invaluable during diplomatic missions to Nasat homeworlds. Senator Reid's proposal gained 12 more co-sponsors yesterday, Astra said, her patterns displaying political concern as she helped Lyra with a complex 3-dimensional puzzle. "The Genetic Heritage Preservation Act could severely restrict our legal status if passed. Admiral Winters believes we can counter it with proper demonstration of adaptation benefits," Craig replied. "The summit next week should help sway moderate representatives." Astra's own adaptations had progressed in parallel with Craig's. Her body maintained stable human-range temperature while preserving Nasat neural efficiency, a combination that served her well as founder of the Convergence Educational Academy. The revolutionary institution she had established taught integrated cultural traditions, using methodology that combined human verbal instruction with nascent bioluminescent knowledge transfer. "We should bring the children to the summit," she suggested, her patterns displaying tactical insight. "Direct interaction has proven most effective at changing perspectives." Craig nodded. Archon Vextara's supporters might reconsider the evolutionary purity proclamation when confronted with actual evidence of successful integration. Their discussion was interrupted by a security alert. The residence's systems detected an approaching vehicle with non-standard identification. Craig's patterns shifted to defensive configuration automatically, a biological response to potential threat. "Security override authorized," announced the system. "Admiral Winters and Supreme Overlord Cracks approaching." The alert deactivated as quickly as it had triggered. Minutes later, their distinguished visitors entered the nursery chamber. "The summit preparations are complete," Admiral Winters announced without preamble. His uniform displayed the newly created Convergence Command insignia, symbolic merger of Earth Defense Force and Nasat Dominion iconography. Supreme Overlord Crax's aristocratic patterns displayed formal greeting to the children before addressing their parents. Moderate representatives from 17 systems have confirmed attendance. The opportunity to establish legal framework protecting integrated families cannot be missed. Dr. Eric approached the Supreme Overlord, his hybrid communication method instantly adapting to engage with the Nasat leader. The child's patterns displayed sophisticated understanding of political dynamics far beyond his chronological age. "Remarkable," Crax observed. "His integratio doctor, F conceptual frameworks exceeds our projections." "All three children demonstrate cognitive advancement beyond either parent species," Astra explained. "Dr. Nersch believes their hybrid neural structures process information more efficiently than either traditional human or Nasat pathways." Admiral Winters crouched to interact with Elan and Lyra, who approached with evident curiosity. "We need their presence at specific segments of the summit." Dr. Nersch and Shivara have prepared comprehensive medical presentation, but direct observation will prove most persuasive. Craig nodded agreement, his patterns shifting to display acceptance of the strategy. The children's natural development provides the most compelling evidence against claims of genetic degradation. After their visitors departed, Craig prepared for his administrative council duties, while Astra organized materials for the day's academy sessions. Their efficient morning routine had developed over months of adapting to both parenthood and leadership responsibilities. "I'll be in the Eastern Complex this afternoon," Astra said, as they prepared to separate for their respective duties. Craig felt momentary unease at the prospect of distance between them, then a curious sensation of continued connect. Despite the impending physical separation, their neural link had evolved again, extending its effective range beyond previous limitations. "The link is strengthening," he observed. "I can sense your patterns even when anticipating separation." Astra's own patterns confirmed shared awareness of the phenomenon. Another adaptation. Our physiology continues evolving to maintain connection despite distance. This development would require documentation by Dr. Nersch, but its immediate practical value was evident. The distance-transcending neural link would maintain their biological synchronization, despite separate responsibilities throughout New Harmony. As Craig departed for the administrative council meeting, he cast one last glance at their hillside residencia, physical manifestation of everything their relationship represented. The integrated structure housed not just their family, but their hopes for continued peaceful evolution between species once locked in co-Dr. Ike. The three small forms visible through the nursery window represented the future they had fought to create, a future now recognized and protected by the newly formed Convergence territories, with New Harmony as its capital and their family as its most powerful symbol. The three children waved from the nursery window as Craig departed for the administrative council meeting. He had nearly reached the transport hub when his communication device activated. Dr. Nersch's identification appeared in his peripheral vision. "Craig, I need to see you and Astra immediately. My lab." The doctor's voice carried uncharacteristic urgency. "I've already caught Dr. Ed Astra. She's on her way." Craig redirected his route without hesitation. The path to the medical complex took him through New Harmony's Central Plaza, where construction crews worked on the new Interspecies Cultural Center. The architectural design featured interlocking structures that mirrored the biological Dr. Tian occurring within the population. Astra arrived at the laboratory entrance simultaneously. Her patterns flickered with curiosity and mild concern. "Did Dr. Nersch explain anything to you?" she asked. "Nothing specific." They entered the MedDRL facility together. The laboratory had expanded considerably since their initial examinations. Advanced diagnostic equipment lined the walls, some human-designed, others NASAT, and several pieces represented Comp Dr. Ely Integrated Technology. Dr. Nersch waited with Shivara, their long-standing medical partnership now formalized through both professional integration and personal adaptation. Shivara's bioluminescent patterns displayed what Craig recognized as scientific excitement. "Please sit," Dr. Nersch said, gesturing to the specialized examination chairs calibrated their adapted physiology. Craig noted the unusual configuration of the diagnostic equipment. "What have you found?" "Something unprecedented." Dr. Nersch activated the holographic display. "Astra, your routine biometric scans from yesterday revealed anomalous results. We ran additional tests to confirm." The display illuminated with cellular-level imagery. Craig recognized the pattern immediately from his scientific background, distinctive cellular structures of early embryonic development. "You're pregnant," Dr. Nersch stated. "Naturally pregnant." The words hung in the air between them. Craig felt Astra's shock mirror his own through their neural link. "That's impossible," Astra responded automatically. "Our doctor, Ildren, required substantial technological intervention to develop." Shivara approached, her patterns displaying absolute certainty. "The evidence is undeniable. Your body maintains perfect equilibrium supporting the embryo without any technological assistance. The developmental markers indicate conception occurred approximately 4 weeks ago." Craig reached for Astra's hand instinctively. Their neural link intensified as they processed this information together. "Your continued adaptation has exceeded all projections," Dr. Nersch explained. "Your body, Dr. Ave, achieved complete biological compatibility. This natural pregnancy represents evolutionary advancement beyond anything we predicted." Craig felt an unfamiliar biochemical shift within his body, a sudden surge of specialized hormones his adapted physiology had never produced before. His skin illuminated with distinctive patterns across his chest and arms. Shivara observed his reaction with obvious interest. Protective paternal patterns, typically displayed only by NASAT males whose aristocratic partners are Dr. Ing offspring. Dr. Nersch scanned Craig's biological responses. "Fascinating. Your body is producing hormonal compounds previously unique to NASAT paternal figures." Craig barely heard them. His awareness had centered entirely on Astra and the new life developing within her. Through their neural link, he sensed the tiny presence already connected to both of them through synchronized biochemistry. "Our diplomatic mission to the Solarian Observation Outpost," Astra said, her patterns displaying sudden comprehension. "This changes everything." Dr. Nersch nodded. "Admiral Winters and Supreme Overlord Krax must be informed immediately. This development represents powerful living proof of complete biological compatibility. The implications extend far beyond our personal situation," Craig said, his protective patterns intensifying unconsciously. This demonstrates evolution's capacity to overcome seemingly insurmountable physiological barriers. Their communication devices activated simultaneously. Admiral Winter's identification appeared. "I need both of you at the shipyard immediately," the Admiral stated without preamble. "The Harmony Bridge has completed construction ahead of schedule." 2 days later, Craig stood beside Astra at the main viewport of New Harmony's orbital facility. Below them, final preparations for their departure proceeded with meticulous efficiency. The Harmony Bridge occupied the central docking position. Its revolutionary design, unlike any vessel previously created through human-NASA cooperation. The environmental systems feature 17 distinct adaptive settings, Captain Rogers explained, highlighting specific sections on the ship's schematic, each calibrated for different stages of adapted physiology. Ziv continued the technical briefing, her bioluminescent patterns coordinating perfectly with Rogers' verbal explanation. The medical facilities incorporate specialized monitoring equipment for hybrid physiology, with particular emphasis on maternal care. Craig noticed Admiral Winters and Supreme Overlord Crax approaching. Both leaders had responded to news of Astra's natural pregnancy with immediate recognition of its diplomatic significance. "The crew assignments are complete," Admiral Winters announced. 26 adapted couples, all with completed integration training. Supreme Overlord Crax's aristocratic patterns displayed formal approval. Their specialized biology provides natural redundancy for all critical systems. Captain Rogers and Ziv will command. Their successful leadership of integrated teams makes them the logical choice. Craig maintained physical contact with Astra, his protective instincts intensifying with each passing day. The specialized hormones his body produced created distinctive patterns across his skin that traditional NASA observers immediately recognized and respected. "Before your departure," Supreme Overlord Crax said, "there is a ceremony traditionally performed for aristocratic lineages expecting offspring. I will conduct it personally." "We would be honored," Astra replied. The ceremony took place within New Harmony's Central Integration Templia structure, designed specifically for combined human-NASA rituals. Traditional NASA observers filled the outer chambers, while adapted couples occupied positions closer to the ceremonial platform. Supreme Overlord Crax approached carrying an ornate container of bioluminescent compounds. The ceremonial mixture glowed with subtle pulsating patterns as he prepared for the application ritual. "These compounds have been used by aristocratic lineages for thousands of years," he explained. "They respond to the embryo's developing neural system, creating visible connection between parent and offspring." Astra reclined on the ceremonial platform as Crax applied the specialized compounds to her abdomen with practiced precision. The bioluminescent mixture adhered to her skin, initially displaying random patterns before gradually organizing into rhythmic pulses that matched the embryo's developmental signature. Craig stood nearby, observing the ancient ritual with respectful attention. Without warning, his skin began to tingle as his adapted biology responded to the ceremonial compounds. Bioluminescent patterns appeared across his chest and arms matching the rhythmic pulses on Astra's abdomen. Gasps echoed through the chamber. Supreme Overlord Crax stepped back, his aristocratic patterns displaying astonishment. "Unprecedented," he stated. "No non-NASA has ever participated in this biological aspect of the ceremony." Craig moved forward instinctively, placing his hand on Astra's abdomen. The synchronized patterns intensified, creating a visible circuit of connection between father, mother, and developing embryo. "Evolution finds its path," Admiral Winters said quietly from the edge of the ceremonial platform. The synchronized bioluminescent patterns created visual confirmation of their family bond that transcended verbal explanation. Traditional NASA observers recorded the event with their specialized sensory organs, ensuring this historic moment would be preserved within their collective memory. The day of departure arrived with ceremonial significance. New Harmony's population gathered to witness Harmony Bridge's maiden voyage. The settlement had grown remarkably, its integrated architecture reflecting the successful merging of human and NASA design philosophies. Elan, Lyra, and Terk participated in the departure ceremony. At nearly 1 year chronological age, their development equivalent to 3-year-olds continued astonishing observers. All three displayed bilingual proficiency in both human verbal language and NASA bioluminescent expression. "Will we see stars being born?" Elan asked Admiral Winters, combining spoken words with subtle illumination patterns. "The journey takes us through regions with remarkable astronomical phenomena," the Admiral confirmed. Lyra approached Supreme Overlord Crax, her bioluminescent patterns forming complex questions about NASA historical perspectives on space exploration. The Supreme Overlord responded with equally sophisticated patterns, visibly impressed by her comprehension. Terk moved comfortably between various delegation members, including representatives from traditionally conservative factions, now cautiously supporting integration. Craig observed his son's remarkable ability to translate concepts instantly between species with unprecedented accuracy. "Your youngest displays natural diplomatic abilities," noted Counselor Vex, formerly a vocal opponent of integration. "He bridges communication gaps without apparent effort. His balanced physiology seems to facilitate cross-species understanding," Craig explained, his own patterns displaying parental pride. The boarding process began with formal ceremony. Captain Rogers and Ziv greeted each passenger personally at the entry portal. The adapted crew members stood at attention in their specialized uniforms, displaying both human and NASA insignia combined into the new convergence symbol. As Craig and Astra led their children aboard, Harmony Bridge's systems automatically adjusted to their specific physiological requirements. Environmental parameters shifted subtly, creating optimal conditions for their family's unique biology. "Welcome aboard," Captain Rogers said. "Your family quarters are located in the central residential section, with direct access to the diplomatic facilities and specialized nursery." The family's quarters featured integrated design elements addressing both human and NASA needs without compromise. The lighting systems responded to their bioluminescent patterns, while temperature and atmospheric composition adjusted automatically to maintain optimal conditions. Harmony Bridge disengaged from the orbital facility with gentle precision. The vessel's revolutionary propulsion system activated, creating minimal internal disturbance as they accelerated away from New Harmony. "Remarkable engineering," Craig noted. "The inertial management feels completely different from standard vessels." "Integrated design principles," Ziv explained, her patterns displaying technical satisfaction. The propulsion system responds to biological feedback from adapted crew members, creating smoother transitions between velocity states. From the main viewport, Craig watched New Harmony recede as Harmony Bridge moved toward the edge of charted space. Their diplomatic journey had begun, but its significance had transformed entirely with the discovery of Astra's natural pregnancy. "The Solarian representatives have confirmed they'll meet us at the designated coordinates," Captain Rogers reported. "Their escort vessels will guide us through the final approach to their observation outpost." Craig stood with Astra at the viewport, their children gathered around them. Through their neural link, they shared silent appreciation for how completely their lives had transformed from unwilling captives on a damaged medical transport to evolutionary pioneers embarking on a diplomatic mission, with profound implications for both their species. Harmony Bridge accelerated toward the distant stars, carrying with it living proof that evolution ultimately transcends all artificial barriers.